Commission's 2023 annual report cycle. Thank you to our witnesses for joining us today and for their invaluable testimony. America is a land of shared ideals that include the belief in freedom of expression, religion, and individual pursuits within the confines of the law. The government is accountable to the people, not the other way around. These freedoms have shaped my life and allowed me over the years to create and own many businesses to build what I feel is a family of employees and to contribute to society. Over my 3 years serving on this commission, I have watched the concerning trend of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, promoting its ultimate authority and silencing all dissent. This is a global and many-faceted influence campaign that we will examine today. Today's hearing will assess the purpose, tactics, and consequences of the Chinese Communist Party's foreign influence activities for the United States and its partners around the world. Under General Secretary Xi Jinping, China has dramatically expanded its efforts to shape the attitude and actions of people outside of its borders in ways that advance the Chinese Communist Party's objectives. The main way it does this is through the United Work Front, to rally support for the Chinese Communist Party among groups outside of the party, while neutralizing sources of potential opposition to its policies and authority. As you will see from our witness testimonies today, the Leninist approach to foreign policy frequently involves the use of proxies and covert methods to manipulate people to advance the CCP goals, gather intelligence, and exert pressure on the Chinese diaspora. China has also ramped up its global propaganda activities over the last decade, investing in new media platforms and other efforts to customize and maximize the impact of its preferred narratives on foreign audiences. China's United Front work and propaganda efforts expand to all corners of the globe. Today, we will devote particular attention to the impact of these activities in Taiwan, countries that are members of the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, and developing countries, with an eye toward understanding how they, and the United States, can build resilience against China's improper influence and interference activities. This hearing will shed light on one of China's key strategies in its strategic competition with the United States. Our witnesses today have deep and diverse expertise in these issues, and I welcome the fact that 6 of our 10 witnesses have not appeared in the past before the Commission and bring valuable perspectives to these challenges. We look forward to exploring this topic in detail in the hearing today and to discussing actionable policy and recommendations for Congress. I will now hand it over to my co-chair for the hearing, Commissioner Wesson.
Thank you, Commissioner Borokoff, and I'm pleased to be joining you today in this hearing, and want to thank all of our witnesses for joining us here today and for their preparation. Today seems to be China Day on the Hill, so there's a lot going on, a lot that we hope to learn today. With continuing heightened tensions between the U.S. and China, we can only expect CCP-sponsored influence operations to expand and deepen, and these activities demand strict scrutiny. There's bipartisan support in Congress and broad support among the public for addressing the challenges posed by the CCP's activities. It's important to recognize, as all of us do, that the problems are fostered by the CCP and not by the Chinese people. Our focus must remain on the activities of the CCP and the course being laid by General Secretary Xi Jinping. The CCP is not interested simply in managing the debate about its policies. It wants to eliminate any dissent or disagreement. Its toolbox is large and growing, and the tools are being used aggressively. As policymakers address these issues, we must be careful to protect the interests of the Chinese people. The U.S. has a responsibility to protect all Americans, which includes the Chinese diaspora community that too often faces harassment, threats, and coercion from the CCP. The CCP has targeted them, their voices, and often their friends and family. The FBI's recently released hate crime statistics for 2021 identified 746 attacks targeting people of Asian descent across the country, an increase from 249 a year earlier. This is the highest level in 3 decades. That's unacceptable. We must not allow our efforts to address the CCP's policies and their impact on our country to inflame our rhetoric. Today's hearing seeks to address CCP influence activities. We must not confuse influence activities with espionage, although at times they work in tandem. The CCP's espionage activities continue unabated. The CCP deploys a multitude of influence tactics across sectors to advance its interests and silence voices at odds with the party state. China uses a variety of professional and industry-led groups to facilitate relationships with business leaders and policies at the federal and subnational level. These relationships, Beijing hopes, will allow it to control the national narrative while shaping policy debates worldwide. It seeks to influence media, education, business, and other sectors. From former government officials to business leaders, from think tanks to educators, the CCP has identified and seeks to utilize every opportunity to support its narrative. Most supporting their narrative do so unwittingly, but not all. CCP influence efforts often target the U.S. and our democratic allies due to the open nature of our societies and institutions. What the U.S. and other democracies cannot tolerate are subversive activities that undermine the integrity of our governments, businesses, media, and academic institutions. Understanding the features of China's influence activities within various sectors is necessary for policy making that preserves U.S. values and builds democratic resilience to China's authoritarian overreach. In addition to today's witnesses, I want to thank the Commission staff for the design of our hearing, the identification of witnesses, and their preparation. Their efforts help ensure a balanced and forward-leaning approach on these issues. I'll now turn it back to my co-chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wessel. I too want to thank the staff for just an incredible job. Our first panel will assess case studies from other countries and evaluate potential tools U.S. policymakers could employ to enhance the resilience of U.S. society against China's undue influence and interference. First, we'll hear from Dr. Puma Shen, an associate professor at National Taipei University and the chairman of Doublethink Lab, who will address Taiwan's experience and response to China's influence and interference operations. Dr. Shen is a lawyer by training who writes widely on China's disinformation practices as well as white-collar crime. Next, we will hear from Dr. Andrew Chubb, a senior lecturer in Chinese politics and international relations at Lancaster University, who will examine China's influence activities in the Five Eyes countries. Prior to joining the University of Lancaster, Dr. Chubb held research, scholar, and fellowship positions at Columbia University and Princeton University, where he conducted research on topics such as Chinese nationalism and maritime disputes. And finally, we will hear from Ms. Caitlin Deering-Scott, the technical and team lead for countering foreign authoritarian influence at the International Republican Institute's Center for Global Impact, who will provide an overview of China's efforts to influence and interfere in the developing world. At IRI, Ms. Deering-Scott leads global programming to bolster democratic resilience to influence from both China and Russia, and has authored and co-authored a number of studies on this subject. I want to thank you all for your testimony. I'd like to remind you each to keep your remarks to 7 minutes. And Dr. Shen, we'll begin with you.
Thanks. Good morning, chairs and members of the committee. I'm Puma Shen, an associate professor at National Taipei University, also the chairperson of Doublethink Lab, here to testify on CCP's interference with Taiwan. So CCP's primary concern is maintaining stability and legitimacy. While national rejuvenation is often cited as a reason for CCP's desire to invade or interfere with Taiwan, it is merely an excuse to hide its underlying reasons. The CCP's priority is to maintain legitimacy and ensure that the public believes CCP is the best option for the country. So with economic growth waning under Xi Jinping's leadership, national rejuvenation has become the primary source of legitimacy. And in this regard, any challenges to this idea are viewed as a threat to CCP's stability and legitimacy. Taiwan, with its thriving democracy and non-adherence to the Chinese system, is seen as the challenge to the CCP's idea of national rejuvenation. As a result, the CCP's negative sentiment towards Taiwan is increasing due to Taiwan's thriving democracy, which may lead to increased interference. To achieve the interference with Taiwan, the CCP employs two approaches: building connections or imposing pressure, and leading to different effects. The CCP engages in similar interference tactics with other countries, but the effects may vary depending on the country's response and level of dependence on China. And while the US is experiencing more significant pressure from CCP than Taiwan, the US can still learn from Taiwan's experience by understanding the different mechanisms that CCP uses to influence here. The CCP's interference tactics in Taiwan involved multiple departments with overlapping and competing roles. These departments create red hat documents that provide guidance on how to carry out their tasks related to Taiwan. Despite the overwhelming number of connections from China to Taiwan, the key point is how the departments overlap with each other. As illustrated by my written testimony, there's a graph created by Dr. Lin from Academic Sinica. The target groups here in Taiwan can generally be categorized as the young generation and the grassroots. CCP seeks to influence Taiwan's youth, which explains why numerous teachers, students, and alumni are contacted. The grassroots categories include Taiwan's Farmer Association, village chiefs, legislative assistants, among others. While they have had some success with Taiwanese business people and local elites, they have not been as successful with gangsters and religious groups. And in addition to the United Front Work offline network, the CCP uses a range of tactics to interfere with Taiwan's democratic process online. Chinese cyber armies, which include members of the PLA and armed police, even the Communist Youth of League, they're capable of spreading vast amounts of disinformation online during Taiwanese election season. Although civil society groups and media outlets have been focusing on analyzing and exposing Chinese disinformation, the swing voters who are not really affected by the significant events could still be swayed by Chinese disinformation. Therefore, the outcome of the election could depend on internal debates between KMT and DPP in Taiwan, as well as on the success of the CCP's disinformation campaign, both online and offline. CCP's disinformation strategies have evolved over time, and making it crucial to understand these changes. I use a 3I framework to illustrate these changes, including information manipulation, investment, and ideology-driven approaches. The main takeaway from my study is that the decoupling process between the creation of disinformation and the distribution of disinformation in the CCP strategy, and that allows for more covert operations and making it harder to discern the influence. Taiwan has developed a model for countering disinformation. Taiwan fights against disinformation with three distinctive types of approaches: the legislature, the government task force, and civil society. First, the Anti-Infiltration Act passed in 2019 is designed to counter CCP's attempts to influence Taiwan's political system. However, the law has limitations and has not been entirely effective in countering disinformation campaigns. The law's provisions focus mainly on the conduct of political parties and candidates during elections and do not address the online spread of disinformation. The Taiwanese government has established a dedicated task force to coordinate efforts to counter disinformation, but are not strong enough when countering conspiracy theories. So the last one, the civil society groups in Taiwan, played a critical role in countering disinformation campaigns. These organizations have been able to provide valuable insights into the nature of disinformation campaigns. And additionally, they have developed tools and platforms that allow citizens to report suspicious content and engage in the fight against disinformation. Taiwan has also developed media literacy curriculum for schools, as well as courses for the general public. Civil society organizations in Taiwan operate independently from the government, as they need to gain the trust of the public in order to effectively counter disinformation. This is crucial for the long-term success of Taiwan's efforts to counter disinformation campaigns. So to express my views on this issue, the US Congress should facilitate the exchange of information and methodology with Taiwan to identify proxies and agents, The US and Taiwan should consider establishing Center of Excellence to analyze and address disinformation campaign. So Taiwan's military and civil defense groups should also have opportunities to engage with their US counterparts to learn more their experiences and the best practices. So in conclusion, the CCP's changing strategies for expanding its influence network offline and spreading disinformation online require a multifaceted approach to be combated effectively. Taiwan's model for countering disinformation provides some valuable insights that can benefit the US, and it is imperative for both countries to work together and to combat disinformation campaigns and hold accountable those who seek to undermine democratic institutions. That ends my testimony. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shen. Next, we have Dr. Andrew Chubb.
Thank you, Commissioners, very much for the opportunity to testify on what I think is a really important topic, not only for foreign policy concerns, but also for the health of liberal democracy worldwide. My research and advocacy in this area is primarily focused on Australia and the UK, and so my answers will draw primarily on those examples. Just to briefly summarise my answers to the Commission's questions, a number of core elements of Beijing's influence and interference attempts are common across the Five Eyes, and many of them have been alluded to already by the Commissioners. Cultivating politicians and other elites, lobbying and political donations, monitoring and coercing political dissidents, targeted ethnic groups such as Tibetans and Uyghurs, including via threats to people's families still inside the PRC. It's a particularly tricky problem. Shaping the Chinese language information environment, both through censorship of PRC-based social media platforms and also through pressure on local organizations, mobilizing proxies, supporters to counter anti-PRC protests, and of course overt and transparent propaganda and cultural outreach initiatives, well-known examples like the China Daily or the Confucius Institutes. So all of these have been seen across the 5 countries. One possible point of variation, if the reporting out of Canada is to be believed, we may have seen more direct attempts at influencing the outcomes of elections in North America. We haven't seen evidence of the PRC favouring one side of politics in the other examples that I'm aware of. So in all of the Five Eyes countries, the range of issues is very diverse. Electoral interference and elite co-optation certainly present significant risks to national security, but the most demonstrable impact, I would argue, of Beijing's interference has been on civil liberties and human rights, particularly inside the diaspora communities, freedoms of speech, association, and the right to political information, etc. And this stretches all the way back to the 1990s and even before. So there's a contrast, I think, here between the risks to national security, which I think most of the governments in question are very cognizant of, and the demonstrable and existing impacts on the civil liberties, which I think have not been adequately addressed, or certainly not in a comprehensive and focused way. In terms of responses, Australia has certainly mobilised the most rapid legislative response. It's been US law enforcement, however, that's actually been prosecuting perpetrators of interference. And all of the Five Eyes national security agencies are now talking about interference much more publicly, though not always as transparently as we would like as democratic citizens. The basic analytic point that I want to underscore is that we need to look at this as a diverse set of risks to different liberal democratic institutions and values and principles, rather than an overall national security threat, as many officials and commentators have advocated. Failing to maintain that distinction between national security and rights protection, minimizing the overlap, and developing policy responses on that basis actually goes against basic principles of liberal democracy, keeping the scope of national security within well-defined limits, for example. And it's also why I believe none of the Five Eyes countries has adequately tackled the PRC's most demonstrable impacts on domestic politics in a systematic manner. Although it's been widely cited as an example to follow, I think Australia's response also illustrates the drawbacks of a comprehensive national security framed response. These have included, first, a rush to enact sweeping national security legislation with vague definitions that critics inside Australia, legal experts, have criticised as overreaching and a threat to civil liberties, and which have so far shown very limited effectiveness in countering PRC interference. No convictions, only one prosecution, and that's over a United Front-linked businessman's donation to a hospital during COVID. Second, applying a national security lens to the whole array of issues has tended to stimulate alarmist public discourse about everyday Chinese people as potential spies, disloyal, and that broad sense, that sort of sense, broad-based suspicion has influenced the political elite, like when we saw Chinese Australians being challenged with racially based loyalty tests in the Australian Senate a couple of years back. And thirdly, serious measures to tackle the rights protection aspects of counter-interference have been largely overlooked. In fact, applying a national security lens to the interference against the rights of members of the diaspora actually risks reframing the targets of these interference efforts as potential threat vectors. As the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation has noted in several of its reports to Australian Parliament, if you're vulnerable to coercion, you might be coerced into cooperating with a foreign intelligence agency. And that makes sense as a national security angle on the problem, but it's very narrow, and I don't think it's an appropriate angle for looking at the issue as a whole. The core recommendations from my submission are to establish a transnational rights protection office affiliated with each country's peak national human rights institution. The purpose of this institution would be to provide, first of all, easily accessible and low-risk points of contact for people on the receiving end of this type of coercion. Remember, many people feel like they may be under surveillance. And so from that perspective, contacting the National Security Hotline might actually bring even greater risks to yourself and your family who might be inside the authoritarian regime in question. Also, research and monitoring and systematic and transparent reporting of the issues, helping targeted individuals and communities to navigate the bureaucracies when they do encounter these types of issues and they try to seek redress. Advising government agencies in order to prevent extradition and deportation processes from being abused, and also investigating possible future mechanisms by which to penalise transnational rights violations that occur offshore. So this proposed office represents a necessary updating of liberal democratic institutions for the 21st century world of intensified communications and increased authoritarianism. So I wanted to put that on the table first of all, and I look forward to the conversation. Thanks again for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chubb. And now Ms. Caitlin Deering-Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, it is an honor to be here today. It is likewise an honor to present the findings and recommendations drawn from the International Republican Institute's work with partners around the world to bolster democratic resilience to the corrosive influence of authoritarian actors, including the People's Republic of China. In our work with civil society, media, and policymakers in countries around the developing world, we've learned a great deal about the PRC's goals and actions. There are a few salient points that we think are worth particular attention. At the strategic level, we believe the PRC's actions in the developing world reflect a broad strategic goal of constructing a world more safe for autocracies like the Chinese Communist Party. Ideally, from Beijing's perspective, a system like this would have the PRC firmly at its center. This desire to spread Chinese wisdom, to borrow Xi Jinping's phrase, often weakens democratic institutions and strengthens illiberal actors in the process. We have noted in our work particular emphasis by the PRC on Latin America, Africa, and the Pacific Islands, where through patient cultivation of influential individuals, the PRC hopes to engineer a cohort of elites who will provide support or at least assent for this remade global system. Conversely, those who refuse to bend to Beijing's will now face a higher risk of being targeted by the CCP and its proxies, including efforts to isolate or discredit, intimidate, or silence them. We have seen this happen to partners of ours. At a more tactical level, and it may seem like an obvious point, economic ties are the entry point for other forms of PRC political influence. Senior officials in Beijing recognize that economic influence through trade or infrastructure lending translates into influence in many other spheres. Beijing knows that robust trade relationships are a shortcut to creating powerful, sustainable pro-PRC lobbying blocs because of the influence businesses have on politics and foreign policy. This reality is particularly prevalent in our work in sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, where partner countries, even if aware of the pitfalls of economic engagement with the PRC, see few alternatives to the economic promises offered by them. Even advanced democracies in Europe are not immune to this economic leverage, whether for access to the Chinese market or the promise of much-needed investment. We've also noted robust attempts by the PRC at pure political influence and interference. Often this is led by the CCP's International Liaison Department, which runs a global spanning program of exchange, convenings, and training meant to win friends for the PRC's approach to governance. With the exception of several advanced democracies, such as Taiwan, Australia, and Canada, we do not have evidence of the PRC trying to directly steer elections, preferring instead to identify, empower, and occasionally fund proxies, candidates, and parties that favor cooperation with the PRC and who will not push the envelope on any of the PRC's red lines. In most places we work, the PRC works across the political spectrum to ensure favorable outcomes regardless of who is in power. The PRC is also increasingly complementing economic influence with efforts to shape the information space. The PRC has enjoyed particular success through content sharing and training arrangements, all expenses paid scholarships for journalists, investment in local radio and television stations, and use of political and economic proxies to disseminate PRC narratives in local media outlets. As the saying goes, money talks, and the PRC is speaking in a loud voice across the developing world. IRI-sponsored research has demonstrated how Brazil, South America's most populous country, typifies many of these trends. Brazil is now China's principal supplier of agricultural commodities. Trade between the two countries grew from $6.7 billion in 2003 to more than $100 billion in 2018. As this economic relationship has grown, the PRC focused on cultivating relationships with political and economic leaders, developing a powerful cadre of supporters. In the last 2 years, the PRC has increasingly used these allies to exert overt influence in the bilateral relationship and to put economic, political, and diplomatic pressure on Brazil. This has been fostered by a perception of Brazil's economic dependence on the PRC that is perpetuated by PRC and Brazilian lobbies alike. In the most extreme example, the PRC was able to force the firing of a strongly anti-China foreign minister as a condition for providing Brazil with vaccines during the COVID pandemic, aided by those in the Brazilian establishment who favored a more conciliatory approach. Despite what may seem like a litany of bad news, it is important to note that the PRC's ambitions and reality are often two very separate things. In our work, we've also seen substantial resilience coming from the very institutions that help constitute a liberal democracy. Institutions like the press, political opposition, civil society, an informed public, independent legal systems, and inclusive political processes. It is not a coincidence that the elements of democracy that check authoritarian behavior by rulers at home are a bulwark against the worst parts of foreign authoritarian influence. You don't have to have perfect democratic institutions to make this work. Even in countries where institutions are incomplete or patchwork, we've seen journalists, civil society, and principled officials act as important checks on PRC ambitions. In Ecuador, for example, journalists and civil society are keeping China-related corruption on the front pages, while issues around a China-funded railway were at the heart of the recent presidential election in Kenya. With all this in mind, what action should the Commission and Congress take? I'd like to highlight 5 top-line recommendations here. First, Congress should push harder for allies to invest in bolstering democratic resilience in the developing world. Supporting democracies globally in an institutional, well-resourced fashion can't just be the job of the United States alone. We need partners like the EU, Japan, and the Five Eyes countries to contribute as well. Second, Congress should greatly expand the number of educational and technical exchanges from the US and the Global South. IRI consistently hears from its partners that these exchanges are one of China's biggest soft power wins in the Global South. This is an area where the US and other advanced democracies should have an advantage, should we choose to wield it. Third, the US must continue to invest in its diplomats and in public diplomacy. We know from firsthand experience that the quality of US representation on the ground is crucial to countering China's ambitions. Fourth, Congress should direct the U.S. Trade Representative to devise strategies to reduce other countries' economic dependence on China and encourage efforts already underway, such as those currently being conducted by Japan and Germany. Reducing this concentration of trade with China in economically important sectors is a crucial step in avoiding the emergence of pro-PRC lobbying groups such as seen in Brazil. Finally, the National Endowment for Democracy and the rest of the democracy, rights, and governance community exists to build precisely the institutions that enable resilience. There are many opportunities around the world to invest in resilience that will go miss without Congress's support. I thank the Commission for this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very, very much. We're now going to progress to allow each of my colleagues to ask questions. We're going to do this alphabetically, starting at the top, and my name is the first on the list. I'm a little overwhelmed with the testimony I just heard, because it already ratifies what I have come to believe over the past few years, and I can think of 100 questions I would like to ask, but I'm sure all of us feel that way. So I heard all of you talk a little bit about the fact that we don't study the Chinese language enough. And I've heard that for 3 years from a whole variety of our witnesses. And I'd like to hear each of you just expound a little on that, because it seems to me that's a common thread that we hear quite often. I know our other colleagues my other colleagues will undoubtedly have specific questions about the other things you said. So if you would, I'd like to start with you, Dr. Chubb, and then let's go to Dr. Shen, and then Ms. Deering-Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I completely agree. Chinese language training is absolutely of paramount importance, and there's nowhere near enough of it. And this is not to stray too far from the topic at hand, but this is why the Confucius Institutes in the UK are presenting such a quandary. We have the current Prime Minister who, during the course of his election contest last year, promised to simply ban the Confucius Institutes. There are 29 of them in the UK. The problem is there is no obvious plan for replacing them in terms of their function of training Chinese language capable people within the UK. I think that's of paramount importance. I've spoken to some friends from Taiwan, and I will be very, very keen to hear what Professor Shen has to say about this, because the hope has been that Taiwan can step in and at least fill some of the breach. But so far, from my conversations with people from Taiwan, it would be a drop in the ocean. And so that remains a major problem to be resolved. And essentially what it comes down to is it needs a serious allocation of resources.
Thank you. Dr. Shen?
Thanks. I think Taiwan could definitely help on all these like Chinese languages, like not just understanding of it, but also like having some like programs or curriculum on that. I think Taiwan already have like such programs that all around the world that could be the supplement. But I think the other idea here is that it's not just about the language itself, it's about the ideology. So sometimes I think the CCP, actually the Communist Party, actually have a different mindset as the democracy ones. So that's why when we try to, even that we understand the language, we don't get the gist of it or the spirit of it. Like for example, I know that there was a saying that when the balloon like when the Chinese balloon like went all over to the US, there's a saying that, hey, maybe it's just by accident. They're trying to use this way to let Xi Jinping to have an excuse saying that, hey, someone in the PLA just accidentally released that balloon. But in Chinese ideology, that kind of saying is humiliating. It's delivering the idea saying that Xi Jinping is not in control. And that's why this thing happened accidentally. So that's why like even we understand what they're saying, even like we read their official documents, I think the gist of it is to understand the ideology behind and the spirit of like neo-Confucianism or like legalism, how they have been incorporated into the saying there in China. I think is so important right now, for us to analyze. And I think, fortunately, the organizations like us, Double Think Lab, or any other organizations here working on disinformation study, we could analyze and even use AI model to analyze what's the disinformation, what's the narratives behind, and how to counter that. I think we all have that kind of experience.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, Deering Scott.
Thanks very much. Just want to echo one point made by Dr. Shen, which is this question of the study of China's political system as well. Often what we're seeing in the developing world is a direct sort of outgrowth of PRC policies at home. And so we often have conversations about the scope and scale of what our partners in third countries need to know. But having experts who speak the Chinese language and who understand the foundations of the Chinese political system is essential to assessing how its ultimate impact on democracies in third countries. The other point I just like to raise is in many of the countries where we work, there are not independent journalists necessarily working at China desks or who have offices in China or access to information directly from China. And so continuing to invest in independent media, whether on this issue or more broadly, is really essential because China is investing in those outlets, and it often means that coverage of China in those third country contexts is dominated by co-opted journalists, whether from investment, whether because China holds 40% of investment in the local news, or they've gone on a sponsored trip. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Cleveland.
Thank you all. Mr. Chubb, I'm interested in something you said, and I'm going to start with a quote from the staff memo that cites an article that you wrote in 2021, titled China's Overseas Influence Operations, Disaggregating the Risks. The quote from the staff memo notes, in the context of suppressing dissent among members of the Chinese diaspora, that a Chinese student studying in Australia was threatened by the Chinese police via video calls in 2020 for engaging in political activism in Australia. So I'd like a little more information on that particular instance, if you might, but I also would like you to put it in the context of the dialectic you've posed for us, which is sweeping national security legislation may capture the very people that we are concerned about protecting. And so if you could provide us with a framework on how to, as your article is titled, disaggregate the risks. I mean, what legislation might be appropriate so that we can staunch or arrest the expansion of the threats posed by the CCP in terms of harassment and suppressing dissent. Can you provide a little more details so that we can understand how to address this issue?
Sure. Thank you very much, Commissioner Cleveland. That case from Australia is one of many well-documented cases. There are some that have actually played out publicly on Twitter, where people have taken screen grabs of police in China with their family members, issuing basically threats for them that they need to cease and desist their political activities in Australia. So this is quite well documented. I can send you some links afterwards. We can see some first-hand evidence that this does occur. And of course, it's extraterritorial, which is why it poses such a problem from a legislative point of view. So in this case, we do have the Australian espionage and foreign interference laws, whose proponents have on numerous occasions, politicians from Australia have claimed that this espionage and foreign interference law has effectively protected Australia's Chinese diaspora. But the foreign interference law does nothing to, in fact, do that. And it's hard to imagine how a domestic national security law could, in fact, address that issue. This is why, to go to the second part of your question, the framework that I'm advocating, aside from on the analytic side, disaggregating the various risks and paying attention to the differences between the nature of the impacts that are made, is on the rights protection. So essentially, in this particular case, taking it back to the specific proposal that I mentioned before, the Transnational Rights Protection Office, that would involve three elements. The Transnational Rights Protection Office would help with that. Firstly, directly enabling people to exercise their rights within the democratic context, so by providing essentially advice, experience, and support, and where crimes have been committed, then support for navigating the bureaucracies. But secondly, researching the nature of the problem, because these social media platforms they're evolving very quickly. It might be over WeChat this year, it might be over another form of communication the following year, and it might take a different form. So we need research and monitoring of the problem, but again, from a rights protection perspective, what are we doing to ensure the equal exercise of rights within the liberal democratic context by all members of the community? And then thirdly, as part of that research mission, the Transnational Rights Protection Office should be looking into ways in which this type of extraterritorial coercion or transnational repression can in fact be penalised in the future. And one idea that is mentioned in another of the pieces that I've cited in my testimony, the report published by RUSI in London, PRC Overseas Political Activities, is to develop essentially a diplomatic blacklist. So if the Rights Protection Office can gather sufficient evidence to put someone on a list as having committed a cross-border act of transnational repression, then that list can be maintained, and basically they can be denied entry into the country. This is a little short and a little distinct from the idea of Magnitsky sanctions, which is for sort of major gross human rights abuses, and there's international law intricacies involved with that. But this would be a lighter touch idea of essentially a diplomatic blacklist that the Rights Protection Office could essentially marshal the evidence to maintain that list. That's one possibility, but it's an evolving problem, and so it's going to be something that needs to have a monitor and a specialised body to address it in a focused way.
Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks for our witnesses. Dr. Chubb, it's good to see you. Let me start with a question to you, and I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here. You've distinguished between rights protection on one hand and sort of national security broadly defined on the other. It seems to me, regardless of how we assess the importance of these two, that the rights protection part of this problem is actually the easier one to deal with, because it's even if there are interstices in the laws, it's pretty clear when foreign actors are trying to coerce, silence people who are living in our country. The problem arises, it seems to me, on the other side, on the national security side, because the challenge there is quite broad. What we're talking about are attempts to influence the perceptions and the policies of open democratic societies in ways that preserve China's access to their resources of various kinds, and also restrain, slow their responses to China's aggressive behavior. And many of those activities are not illegal. They take advantage of the openness of our societies, but they do pose a challenge to our security. So how do we deal with those? You were critical of Australia's attempts to do that, but it seems to me that's really the problem that is preoccupying people in Washington. And what do we do about it?
Thank you, Professor. Commissioner Friedberg. It is great to see you. That is a very, very tricky question. And ultimately, I think it comes down to issue by issue proposition. So in the case of transnational rights violations and foreign interference more generally, I have found from my research that there have been significant avoidable downsides with the securitized approach, which I pointed out in the testimony and in some of the published works that I've cited as well. That doesn't necessarily mean that securitization writ large is simply something to be opposed at all times. I think defining the boundaries of national security is a very, very important task for any democratic society, because when you label something as national security, you enable extraordinary government powers, and that in turn poses challenges and dilemmas for the general liberal principles. So the idea is not that simply nothing should be securitized, but rather that in this case, the benefits have certainly not outweighed the downsides based on the evidence that I have seen.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Deering-Scott, thank you very much for your excellent testimony. I think you've illuminated something which perhaps has not gotten the attention it deserves, which is China's activities in the developing world. I think we're starting to pay more attention to that. Start, if I have time, with the question that some people have suggested, and this may be a straw man, that it's false to say that China is trying to spread its system in the developing world. How would you respond to that? Is that in fact not true? How would you characterize China's efforts in that regard?
If you investigate, thanks very much for the question. If you look at the sort of content of, for example, party trainings by the International Liaison Department, while we don't always have great access to information on what those look like in certain countries, we are starting to see more of a focus on ideology. To take one example, recently in South Africa, there have been party-to-party exchanges on party loyalty, on communications, on how to effectively control narratives in the media. And I think that's just one example of ones that we're increasingly seeing about how ideology is increasingly being infused in PRC engagement abroad.
Do you have a timeline for that? When did that start? How has it evolved?
I don't have a specific timeline. I think in the South Africa case, it has been since 2018, broadly by what we've been able to document. And it obviously looks different in different contexts, right? I mean, China engages in party-to-party exchanges with parties from across the political spectrum. It tends to not sort of, in most instances, there are obviously some exceptions, not to pick winners, but instead try to engage parties across the political spectrum, which means that its engagement with those parties looks different, right? About how much ideological commonalities there are, right? Moving from engagement with some communist parties, for example, to engagement with more parties sort of more on the democracy side of the equation.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Glass.
Thank you all for your testimony and for being here today. And I've learned a lot through this conversation. I want to focus on Ms. Deering-Scott, your testimony related to the Western Hemisphere and Latin America. As we've all noted, there's been recent news reports that show several of our allied countries in the Western Hemisphere are starting to deepen their diplomatic relations with China and formally doing so, stepping back from the recognition of Taiwan, which has severe strategic and geopolitical risks. As your testimony and others have noted, the Chinese are using a variety of tactics, everything from economic to political to media coercion and threats to dissidents in order to wield their power. And as many case studies have noted, the economic solutions that China is offering to these countries fills a void, but comes at a great cost for countries and local communities, often leaving them with a further destabilized economic conditions. In your testimony, you outline for the Congress to consider incentives or ways to promote further investment in Latin America. And this is something that I know many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle are trying to develop policy proposals and solutions related to developing these economic relationships. But I think the key question I have for you is, what would you suggest in a way, how do we deepen our economic ties and the industries in our Western Hemisphere that doesn't come at a cost to domestic manufacturing and industries? So interested to hear your thoughts and anyone else who wants to respond to that question.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, this is something that we consistently hear. We just got back from a visit to Ecuador, and it was literally the first question that's come up. Obviously, initiatives such as the one announced yesterday, right, with regard to some preferential access for Ecuador as a means of countering PRC engagement are very welcome. I think there's another opportunity in nearshoring with with U.S. efforts and other efforts to move global supply chains away from China and to decouple from China, we do have an opportunity to, and certainly our allies across Latin America are advocating for the shift of some of those global supply chains to Mexico, to Central America. And I think that does present one possible economic pathway. I'm fully aware of the challenges of free trade agreements at the moment, given the domestic political context. But finding other ways to incentivize investment is essential. The other thing is that having a diplomatic presence on the ground in many of these countries really does provide an opportunity for some of the hard conversations away from Chinese investment. So to take one example, some of you may have seen this dossier in Politico around Panama, right, and around PRC investment in Panama. And there was a limited U.S. presence on the ground at the time as a result of not having an ambassador there. And when there was an ambassador there, he was having a really, really hard time incentivizing U.S. companies to invest. And so I think to the extent that we can encourage U.S. businesses that they are a vital part of this effort to counter PRC influence globally, that will have significant dividends. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My appreciation to the witnesses for their time today. Dr. Chubb, I appreciate the main analytical point that you advanced in your testimony about looking at these issues solely or exclusively through a national security lens is incomplete and not comprehensive enough. I thought maybe we could explore that a little bit through the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme in Australia. Obviously, there's been some legal challenges and some commentary about whether it's incomplete, it's overreaching, it doesn't go far enough. My question is, has it worked? Is there a sense in Australia, what are the volume of registrations? What's the nature of the disclosures? Is there a sense that it's truly fostering transparency?
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. It's a very good question. The former Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, has recently been in the media pointing out that the scheme hasn't worked as he had intended it. The volume of registrations has actually been unexpectedly high because of the very broad framing of the terms that were used in the original legislation. However, what Malcolm Turnbull has been pointing out is that very few, if any, of the United Front affiliated organizations, Confucius Institutes, etc., have actually been unambiguously captured. So I think this stands as a lesson in some of the drawbacks of using very broad terms and vague terms in such legislation. I think that's, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal expert, but that seems to be a common thread among a lot of the criticisms that has emerged of Australia's foreign influence transparency scheme. And to some extent, it's a matter that the UK, in setting up its foreign influence registration scheme, which is currently on the table in the Parliament, has to some degree attempted to address. However, there are ongoing problems and debates over that legislation as well.
I saw some commentary in Australia that suggested one of the challenges might be that the act is framed in a country agnostic manner, and questioning whether the efforts should be more focused on countries that pose a qualitatively different threat in their efforts to exercise malign influence on political activities in Australia. So I'd invite your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you. I think the really important word in your question there is qualitatively different, because the big question for a democratic society is who will decide what is qualitatively different, because there's a spectrum of various different actors and including political regimes around the world. And the problem is when it becomes an arbitrary matter for a minister or even a bureaucrat to be deciding who needs to register as a foreign agent or not. I note that is one of the features of the UK legislation, actually, is the Secretary of State in the current draft bill form the Secretary of State will be deciding who is a designated person over and above the standard definition of a foreign power. So that is the challenge, is how to make it, how to make a qualitative differentiation, in some sense, objective.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Helper.
Thank you to all of our panelists for joining us today. A recent Pew Research study revealed that a third of TikTok users say TikTok is their primary source of news. There was also a recent interesting piece in Foreign Policy on how the PRC exploits WeChat to influence Chinese-speaking communities around the world. Other reports have studied how TikTok consistently downranks information about Uyghurs and topics censored in China while promoting PRC-friendly narratives. Can you describe the role of social media in the PRC strategy and efforts to influence the Chinese diaspora and foreign audiences around the world? And this question is addressed to all of our panelists.
Okay, sure. I think I'll start on that, I guess. So TikTok is the platform that they use to spread disinformation, but the strategy has been changing. So firstly, I mean, previously, I would say 3 to 4 years ago, China is really good at spreading disinformation, especially on Facebook, but only good in Mandarin, but not so good on English language. And then when Facebook tried to block some of the websites over there in China, and also block from the users from posting all these Chinese links, they gradually moved the battlefield from Facebook to YouTube. And right now, for example, there was an outbreak of COVID-19 cases here in Taiwan 2 years ago. So China tried to establish 8 different YouTube videos, and then operated only for 3 months and removed by Google. And it's all full of conspiracy theories. And within 3 months, 8 channels, they actually attract 30 million view counts here in Taiwan. And actually last year, Google actually removed this kind of channels for more than 10,000 of them. But because of that, it means right now it's more difficult for China to post or to upload this kind of video on YouTube. And that's why they gradually shift their battlefield right now from YouTube to TikTok. And even on TikTok, what we spot here in Taiwan is not just about the algorithm or the content of the TikTok, because it is very understandable that they might change the algorithm and make sure that some of the messages haven't shown it on TikTok. But for a more aggressive way for China to have a real influence, especially on younger generation, they really need someone to actually deliver the messages on TikTok, not just diminishing or deleting the message on them. So right now, according to some of the studies here, since last year, China is so good at donating or paying the online influencers, especially on TikTok, and make sure that they talks about anti-US messages or pro-China messages. And it seems like they would spread all this disinformation organically because they automatically got some donations when they try to deliver this kind of messages. And it makes the market more profitable and let some of the influencers think that it's a huge market over there. I should talk something that is anti-US or pro-China. And it looks so organic. So I really agree with what Andrew just said. We really need some sort of the legal framework to define that, because it falls into the core of free speech. There's really nothing we could do about it when someone tried to receive this kind of donation through TikTok. And right now we also spot another case is that they received the donation not on TikTok, but on WeChat or on Weibo. So it means that China asked them or lure them to say something good about China on TikTok, but they're not paying them on TikTok, they are paying them on the other platforms. So the collaboration with all these platforms to investigate all these cases would be very crucial, especially for the future study.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mann.
Thank you, and
My apologies. Ms. Dearings, I did.
Sure, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Professor Shen is clearly the expert on disinformation. I can just speak briefly to the censorship piece. That's certainly where it intersects with my concerns about encroachments on civil liberties. One thing to observe is that there have been, and these things, as always, can change, but there have been some differences between the international version of WeChat and the domestic WeSin in terms of the degree of tightness of the censorship. So the degree of intensity of the censorship. Nonetheless, the international version of WeChat is still subject to censorship. One of the ideas that I put forward in one of the reports that I alluded to before, the RUSI one, is a regulatory measure to require organizations using such platforms as news delivery vehicles to post notices when something is censored, so that they at least attempt to provide a full picture of whatever topic it is that they're covering. And if something falls on the other side of the censorship line, then they post a notice and basically tell their users that this has been screened out of the picture that you're getting. This at least will probe the limits and perhaps reveal some of those as yet not well understood differences between WeChat and WeSin. On the question of TikTok, there's obviously a current debate over TikTok. We actually have some real experts in the room on this. I just note that it seems there's a debate at the moment between possible regulatory measures to try to counteract the kinds of problems that you're describing of a limited information supply or sanitized information supply, versus the simple divestment of the elimination of risk by forcing TikTok's Chinese owners to divest, and therefore the company would no longer be subject to Beijing's leverage. I don't have a position in that debate particularly, but I do note that some of the experts that are in the room have pointed out that the regulatory piece is very, very complex and very, very challenging to really do anything with at the moment. So it might take a more wholesale sort of reform of the regulatory regimes before that could be used effectively.
Ms. Deering-Scott, I didn't mean to jump the gun, did you? Okay, Commissioner Mann.
Thank you, and thank you to all three of the witnesses for your thoughtful testimony. Dr. Chubb, I would ask you to help us out further. We too have to struggle with drawing these distinctions in making any recommendations on legislation or policy between national security and civil liberties interests. But to start out, is there not a national security interest of some kind in whether China, through its Ministry of State Security, or United Front Work Department when it works with it, is there not a national security interest in keeping an eye on, limiting, in some cases prohibiting those operations?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, the answer is yes. There is certainly a national security angle on the problem of foreign interference. I mentioned one of them before. The problem is when the national security angle comes to define the issue as a whole, because that results in issues that aren't normally understood within the scope of national security being rolled up together, and we have this sense that, okay, we've introduced, to take Australia's example again, we've introduced legislation to counter foreign interference, and therefore we've dealt with those various rights protection aspects of it. But that isn't actually what's happened in practice. So that's an example. Yeah.
Can you spoke of the downside risks, and it's clear to me the downside risks when you have a president, now former president, using racist rhetoric, and it gets felt by Asian Americans in this country or Asian Australians. But beyond that, what are the downside risks that you refer to? Just specific examples would really help.
Sure. I mentioned three in relation to Australia. One is the drafting of overreaching national security laws, at least according to legal experts in Australia. So that's a downside.
So overreaching how? I mean, that's what we're trying to figure out, the impact.
Yes, very broadly defined terms. And new offences, in particular, just to take one example of researchers under Australia's legal framework, if national security related information is part of a conversation that I have with an Australian government official, if that information is deemed harmful to Australia's security interests, then simply by hearing it, I've fallen foul of the law. I'm technically on the wrong side of the law. This is an offence of dealing with inherently harmful information. It's jailable for 2 years. This is an example. You would certainly hope that would never be enforced in that way, but nonetheless, laws are on the books. That's national security overreach. So that would be one example, is overreaching legislation with overly broadly defined terms. Another is, as I mentioned before, the securitized framing of the whole set of issues creates an overall impression of a very vast PRC influence operation. The 10,000 grains of sand, or however many it is, non-traditional collectors. These types of framings, they put a target on the backs of the Chinese community. And no matter how much we say this is about the CCP and it's not about the Chinese community, if we talk about it in those types of terms, then the effect is to fan broad-based suspicion of ethnic Chinese communities. And we've, again, seen that play out in the parliament in Australia, particularly shameful day in Australia's parliamentary history. We've also seen it play out on the campaign trail with, ethnic, not even ethnic Chinese, but people of Asian appearance on the campaign trail, being called Chinese spies. And you don't have to go too far on sort of Australian China Twitter or on various corners of the Australian internet to see the ways in which this kind of securitized framing has touched off some pretty dark sentiments that, as I think Commissioner Borokov mentioned already, it's very, very important to prevent those types of sentiments from being fanned up as we debate these issues. And I think clearly defining the scope of national security and framing the PRC's most impactful activities, in particular in relation to the PRC diaspora, as rights protection and enabling of everyone to exercise their political rights, is a much better way of preventing that type of unintended consequence from occurring. So I think those are a couple of concrete examples. There are a few more in some of the references that I've included in the submission.
Thanks. I have other questions, but I'll save them for the next round. Thanks.
Commissioner Price.
Thank you, and thank you all. As I just want to reiterate what all my fellow commissioners have said, the testimony is extremely helpful. Dr. Shen, can you talk a little bit about how aware the general population is in Taiwan of the PRC's disinformation efforts?
It's quite divided. I would say like 50 to 60% of the Taiwanese citizens are very aware of information operation. And actually this term, the cognitive warfare or information operation, has been a buzzword since 2019 because there are like so many activities conducted by United Front War Department in 2018 and 2019 has been exposed to the public. And that is why I said legal framework is so important. If we focus on transparency and we try to disclose this kind of information, that would certainly raise certain kind of like public awareness here in Taiwan. However, China is not passive. They would try another way to persuade the public here in Taiwan, saying that the US also has the cyber army, also have influence operation. Taiwan's government, the DPP, also has its own influence operation. So they try to persuade, especially people in the middle, people who stated they are apolitical, convince them saying that every country has the same issue. China is just one of them. Try to neutralize the public awareness. And that is truly happening right now here in Taiwan. So that's what I said. If we ask the general public, for example, I used to ask my students who are spreading disinformation here in Taiwan, 34% of them said China. but there's another 20% of them say it's the US government that is spreading disinformation here. So even that they are aware of the term cognitive warfare, psychological warfare, information warfare, it doesn't mean that they have the connection to this term to Chinese behavior. And another thing is that when we try to do the transparency work, and I do believe that transparency is the key here especially in democratic country. However, when we try to show to the public saying that, hey, this is the disinformation actually coming from the PLA, or it is actually from the United Front Work Department, sometimes the response we got from younger generation is that, hey, if I could watch Hollywood movie, if I could watch anime there in Japan, why can't I read the message from China? So it means that they're treating China as just like one of the foreign countries here. But because we are the country that are facing national security issue, and China still has the law saying that we're part of China. So we are facing this kind of danger. And it's so hard sometimes, especially for people who do not really care about politics, to know that there's a real danger over there and there might be some neutralization coming from China trying to persuade the public in an opposite way. So I would say it's quite polarized right now here in Taiwan, but slightly people who know the dangers, who have the public awareness, is slightly higher than the people in the opposite. But it really depends on the people in the middle. So just like I said in my written testimony, sometimes the result of the election really depends on the people in the middle.
Thank you. I have another question for you. You suggested the U.S. should support Taiwan's efforts to build resilience against this disinformation campaign. Can you flesh that out a bit, how you would suggest that happen?
Yeah, I mean, there are like several ways to do that. First is that because we understand the ideology and what all these like Chinese language terms, how they spread this information. So it should have some sort of center of excellence, just like the one in NATO. They are capable of like analyzing the situation there in China and what kind of information has been spread, not just disinformation, but including conspiracy theories, all the propaganda. All the data should be stored and analyzed, and also collaborating with each other. What's the methodology right now here in Taiwan? Because when we're looking at the warfare there in Ukraine, 4 months before the Ukraine warfare, actually Russia's tried to spread disinformation in 42 countries, not just in Ukraine, not just in Russia, but in all other countries. So there are so many countries that the media has been infiltrated by the CCP, and it is so essential, not just here in Taiwan, we could help, but we should provide the tools, the language tools, also to other countries, for nonprofit organizations or any other like civil society, to analyze all this strategy as a whole. And the importance of it is that because the ones who are responsible for information warfare, there are like multiple departments over there, but they're all capable of spreading same kind of disinformation in different timeline in different countries. So if all the countries share all this knowledge and intelligence and also the same tool, we could monitor what would happen in the future, and it would have an alert system for that. And the other thing is that because, just like I said, there are so many people who do not really understand the danger because they do not know if we surrender, what would happen. What's the consequence if we sign the peace agreement? And in that kind of situation, it is so important to have this civil defense education stuff here in Taiwan. And all this knowledge they're in Europe, they're in the US, and I believe it's the timing for all of us to collaborate with each other on that.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, and thank you to all our witnesses for these excellent statements, and the discussion has been absolutely fascinating. Dr. Shen, how prepared would you say Taiwan is for the 2024 election to deal with potential disinformation to impact the election results? And is there a specific role for the United States related to the election? I understand the general point about helping with resilience and combating disinformation, but is there something specific to the election, not to put our thumb on the scales in the direction of one party or another, but to help ensure the integrity of the election?
Yeah, I think because we're like trying to compete with the disinformation coming from China. So for example, when there's any action actually from the US, sometimes when the civil society or the government here wants to debunk the message, But when we're debunking the message for the US, and they would say that we're part of the US propaganda. So I think in that way, US could have a leading role on confronting the disinformation, but not English, but actually the one in Chinese, in Mandarin. So in that way, we won't fall into the skepticism or saying that, hey, we're collaborating with the US, trying to bully China. And that is something that could some sort of stops the speed of this kind of disinformation. And when we have all this kind of like curriculum, all the media literacy training, the local workshop here in Taiwan, try to tell the people the results of the warfare and what we should prepare for the warfare. And then we could have a slightly advantage to compete with that. However, because we're approaching the end of pandemic, which means that they're also capable of spreading disinformation, again, not just online, but offline through the United Front Work Network. So just, from the last election we had in 2022, it has been 4 months past. There are like so many United Front Work activities that we have spotted here in Taiwan. And they're so capable of like using the rumors, the whispers, the local chief, the religious group here, spreading that kind of disinformation, saying that, hey, the US has got some problem over there and we should lean into China. And that is something that we really need to fix right now.
Thank you. Second question, maybe Dr. Chubb. Not to sound too parochial, we're certainly interested in China's influence in the politics and the opinions of our friends and allies, but we're also interested, for self-interested reasons, on the content that may relate to negative information about the U.S., about our alliances, about our partnerships. Certainly our perception is that China is consistently trying to drive wedges, discredit us, call us unreliable, whatever it may be in the context of our alliances and partnerships. In terms of content, do you see that in the Five Eyes operations, in addition to trying to influence opinions of China directly?
Thank you, Commissioner. There is, of course, in both of the countries that I'm most familiar with, Australia and the UK, there are, of course, alliance skeptics and anti-US sentiments. I haven't come across particularly good evidence that the PRC has been driving that. I think for example, you could look at the example of the former Prime Minister Paul Keating and his recent interventions, and actually not so recent interventions, series of interventions once every couple of years, major interventions on Australia's foreign policy and strategic posture, generally very critical of the US alliance. However, I don't believe that Paul Keating is particularly coming from a place of the United Front ally, or it's quite difficult to link Keating's comments to anything other than his view of Australia's particular circumstances and national interests. So the short answer to your question is that I haven't seen examples of the PRC's interference and disinformation operations, particularly spreading alliance skepticism. But I would be very interested to know whether Professor Shen or Director Scott have come across this type of practice in their studies.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. This is certainly something we see across the developing world. In my written testimony, I even have an example from the PRC ambassador of Brazil at the time, published 12 op-eds over the course of a year, right? Several of them were anti-US in sentiment. So it's something we see across, particularly around the COVID pandemic. And of course, how often this is happening depends on how active the ambassador is, but it's certainly pervasive. The other thing is that we have recently undertaken some work on PRC and Kremlin narrative collusion, assessing what that looks like in the information space in 12 countries across the Western Balkans, Latin America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. And anti-US sentiment has been the primary, to date, again, most of this work was conducted before the war in Ukraine, but anti-US and anti-Western sentiment had been the primary point of narrative collusion between the PRC and the Kremlin in third country contexts. that we analyzed, and narrative collusion had been the primary sort of entry point. Whether it was on something like the US military base in Diego Garcia or something more directly related to Serbia's foreign policy, it is something that we have seen across the range of countries that we work in. Thanks.
Thank you.
Co-Chair Wessel.
Thank you all very much for being here today. And as my colleagues have said, this is a fascinating discussion, and one that, we have over many years examined. Staff did a great paper a number of years ago in the United Front Work Department to try and help policymakers understand some of the vectors for influence campaigns. I was reminded earlier this week with my free copy of China Daily that arrived at my office, not that this hearing hadn't focused my attention, that Chinese influence, the CCP's influence campaigns and activities are broad, deep, and, are targeted all over the place. But how effective have they been? I mean, here we are today. We talked before the panel started that I believe there are probably 4 hearings on Capitol Hill today regarding various quote-unquote China issues. We have the creation of the Select Committee recently. This commission has, over the last decade, I think, had unanimous reports in the vast majority of years, so that Democrats and Republicans are united, and it seems attention on some of the challenges posed by the CCP policies are, and the focus here in Washington is at an all-time high. So how would you rate China's influence campaign here in the U.S.? Seems to me many of the officials in charge probably get a failing grade based on just today's set of hearings. Ms. Deering-Scott, do you want to start? And thank you also for all that IRI does on so many fronts. So do you want to start?
I will start by saying IRI does not work in the domestic space. And
I
so
understand.
This is not something that we have necessarily studied.
But from what you know, and again, as you've been asked by others, I do want to try and divide a bit that how effective are China's activities, the CCP activities here in some major Western democracies? Should we be doing more, as you and others have suggested, to really focus our attention on the South and elsewhere where the penetration seems to have some effectiveness? Please.
Great, thank you so much. So there is certainly some uptake of pro-PRC narratives that we're seeing, particularly in Latin America. So we've just, in our consultations with our partners over the last sort of year plus, they have noted anecdotally that despite sort of changes in popular perceptions of China, right, as analyzed by the Latin America Barometer, the Afrobarometer, or things of that nature, that narratives are gaining a foothold, in part because they are resonating with local concerns, right? So you're talking about economic development in certain country contexts, the democracy narrative isn't working, right? So one of the things that we've been trying to do to combat that is to really change our narratives around different entry points and different points for engagement, whether it be talking about PRC negative impact on the environment or contributing to anti-corruption and things of that nature. But on the broader point, to some degree, it's not irrelevant, but when you are operating in country context, even if there is domestic popular pressure against PRC engagement in some way, if there is elite capture and if there are strong elite voices, whether in politics or in business, and there isn't a sense from an authoritarian leaning or authoritarian turning government to respond to such popular pressure, the PRC is able to exert its influence sort of regardless of those popular perceptions. And I think that's a case we can draw across the context that we can work in. That said, and to your point with regard to the debate in the United States and in our allied democracies, it certainly is changing. I think there is much, much greater awareness of the challenges and the implications of PRC political and economic engagement in every single country in which we work, thanks to increased exposure, the work of investigative journalists exposing the failed promises of PRC infrastructure projects or the environmental implications of, for example, a mining project in Ghana. And so I do think the dialogue is changing, and I think we do have a real opportunity for fostering democratic unity and solidarity to work together to confront this challenge.
Let me pull on that thread for just a moment. Where the U.S. is engaged in negotiations in the for the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And there's been a discussion here about other economic engagement and a discussion of FTAs, et cetera. As part of that, and there's also the APEP, the America's Partnership for Economic Progress in Latin America. Should we be having a transparency component of that, or to address how to ensure that there is influence activities are properly exposed, whether it's disclosure, whether it's Australia's type of system circumscribed in ways? Would you advocate some kind of, let's say, transparency component of those negotiations?
So as you all know, one of the greatest appeals for PRC lending and infrastructure and financing in much of the developing world is this perceived notion that it's not conditional, right? And that U.S. investment is always conditional. And so I think in order to directly respond to local needs and local concerns, I think anti-corruption and transparency absolutely have to be a part of any equation. But we do have to be really intentional about the way in which we go about it. I mean, I think anti-corruption activists have been at the forefront of this. In many of the places where we work, we're not working with people who know China or who know the party state, but with people who are really committed to democracy and good governance in their communities. And so we work with them to identify potential entry points of how to connect us to the broader China issue. And so, yes, I think it absolutely has to be a part of everything, but we have to go in clear-eyed about what China is providing vis-a-vis what the U.S. can provide.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, may I quickly address the question of effectiveness?
Please.
Thank you. I think here again, the story is different across different areas. So if you break down security versus economic policy versus human rights, so in the security, just tacking on to the answer that I gave before, if PRC operatives have been seeking to bolster anti-alliance or alliance skepticism, for example, in Australia, they've been very unsuccessful in doing so. Take the example of, say, Sam Dastyari. It's probably the closest the United Front got to really infiltrating the political system. Sam Dastyari took donations from United Front-linked business figures for a number of years, and the closest they got from him was a statement to the Chinese media that the South China Sea is China's internal affair. And that was intended for Chinese media consumption only. As soon as it was reported in English, he rapidly backed away from it. Another example of someone who's been targeted with United Front work, Shaukat Mosselmain is a New South Wales state-level politician who became heavily involved with United Front-linked figures, and he has advocated alliance skeptic views, but he's been completely spurned by his own party. So there's no inroads made as far as security policy was concerned. On economic engagement, however, it's a different story. Economic engagement, you can look at, for example, in the United Kingdom, where UK signed up, was all in on Huawei. Most of the 4G equipment in the UK's networks is Huawei. They signed deals with Chinese state-owned nuclear power companies to construct nuclear power stations. So from that perspective, economic engagement, that line of work has been quite successful. The United Front operatives, according to MI5, were donating to all sides of politics and got that support for those types of projects, that policy of economic engagement. But as soon as the issue was defined in national security terms, Huawei becomes recognized as a security threat. The nuclear power issue becomes seen as a security threat. The influence goes away. It dissipated very quickly, and the UK has reversed its policies and is reversing its policies on those. A different story again when it comes to rights. As I've mentioned before, the impact has been very significant. There's various other things that I haven't mentioned so far, such as the effect on social trust within diaspora communities. The idea that they have been infiltrated is something that is very prominent among a lot of the Uyghur contacts that I've spoken to. People don't trust each other because one might be reporting back to Beijing. Equally, it's the same story in the overseas democracy movement, right back to the 1990s, infiltration that sowed division within the movement. Very, very successful, major impact. So the story is different across different areas.
Thank you. Sorry for going over time.
We actually have a few minutes. We have probably got time if people give brief answers for as many as 3. And I know that Commissioners Friedberg and Mann asked. So Commissioner Friedberg, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It seems to me overall what we've heard described in your testimony and some that we're going to hear later is a story in which the PRC has intensified its influence operations over the last decade or so, first. Secondly, Western countries, the United States and other advanced industrial democracies, to varying degrees, have become increasingly aware of this and have begun to respond, albeit in a patchwork way. And then third, in the developing world, that seems to be less the case. There seems to be lag. It strikes me that the problems for Western democratic countries in responding to this intensified influence operation effort by China have mostly to do with our own principles and our own laws and not wanting to overstep and distort our societies. The problem or the challenge that we face in helping developing countries to harden themselves against this are, it seems to be, more complicated. They have partly to do with the limits on the availability of resources and partly to do with problems in countering the anti-Western narratives that China and also Russia have advanced. So just briefly, on the question of resources, and this, I guess I would direct this to Ms. Deering-Scott, many of the things that you mentioned as possible responses make perfect sense, but they almost all seem to confront real constraints. So China's invested or has invested all this money. It's not so easy for democratic societies to turn on a dime and push a whole lot of money, if that's what they should do, into these societies. China imports tremendous amounts from developing countries. Western countries don't as much, and the United States, at least now, there are limits on our ability to open our markets. China offers thousands of educational fellowships. So the United States may be able to offer hundreds, but it's difficult to see how we can compete on scale. The things that China does to penetrate into the information space of these countries are things that we're constrained from doing by our own laws. So how do we respond? Is it possible to have a kind of symmetric response, or do we have to pick our spots? And what are the most important areas, do you think, to concentrate on for advanced democratic societies, helping developing societies respond to this intensified campaign on the part of the CCP?
Thank you very much. This is why it's so important for us to work closely with our allies, right? And actually, collectively, if you look at the data in many of the countries where you're working, even if China is providing significant trade and investment, if you put the US and Australia and Japan and South Korea together, we are actually providing much more, both from a monetary figure and from an engagement figure. So we need to get better at telling that story, right? I know that there, in certain country contexts, there are reasons that we don't tell that story because of our history and our legacy. And so we need to think creatively about how to do that, or how to use allies to do that. So for example, we're thinking through how in the Indo-Pacific, if the US voice or the Australia voice or the New Zealand voice is not the best interlocutor, how can we utilize Taiwan? How can we utilize Japan? And so those efforts are really essential because symmetrically, it's not going to be the same. We, as you noted, we don't have we're not a dictatorship. We can't direct companies to do what we want them to do. And so we really need to utilize our alliances. And I think there is a real opportunity, as I've noted, to take advantage of the raised awareness to work together. But it is going to require putting some of our own individual country interests aside in order to do that.
One last very quick question. You mentioned in passing evidence of Russian-Chinese cooperation, collaboration. Could you say just a little bit more about what that consists of? Has it increased? Is it effective?
So we have undertaken, as I noted, country case studies in 12 countries looking at the nexus of authoritarian actors, largely focused on China and Russia, but in some instances Iran also. And we've also conducted a study on PRC and Kremlin media cooperation. Again, noting that this data largely predates the invasion of Ukraine, and I think we're seeing an evolving situation. We, by and large, found that it was a lot of talk and not a lot of action, and that it was opportunistic rather than strategic. But that narrative collusion, particularly around anti-U.S. sentiment, was an area of joint interest. But obviously, in other contexts, the PRC and the Kremlin may be competing over energy, right, infrastructure projects and things of that nature. And so it's something that we're following closely. But so far, the evidence of what we found has been largely limited, with the extent of, again, anti-Western narrative collusion that was opportunistic.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Mann.
Yes, I'm going to need a little bit of help interpreting social media vocab and lingo as someone who spent his entire life in the print media. So, Ms. Deering-Scott, you referred to China uses the government layer of its digital stack. What's that?
I'm also not a super expert on this, so please forgive me. So there are basically 5, experts on this topic determine that there are 5 elements of a digital stack. So infrastructure, the governance layer is essentially what it seeks to do in the information space. So it's discourse power, messages, narratives is trying to promote norms, things of that nature.
Okay. And Mr. Shen, you've referred to spreading reports through organic channels. Is that broccoli or what?
Yeah, it means that because they're, especially for United Front War Department, they're really good at approaching people who are already pro-China and try to lure them, saying that, hey, maybe this is some sort of disinformation that you could spread, but in a very covert way. So for example, they might have the chat groups that established within the private chat apps such as WhatsApp, and then gradually invite them into the group and spread the disinformation for them. And people who are already pro-China here, locally here in Taiwan, would definitely pick that up and spread that kind of disinformation. And that also happened here, I mean, just like a few days ago, when one of the Russian reporters there in DC actually spread the disinformation against Taiwan, and some of the politicians just automatically pick that up because they're pro-China. However, back to the previous argument, I guess, especially for the effectiveness of United Front War Department, it really depends on whether what the rumor spread has spoken to the online disinformation, which means that if the online efforts, the disinformation online, actually work with the rumors that we heard locally here in Taiwan, that would be the great effectiveness. And in terms of how to learn from all this experience, we actually categorize all these Chinese influence operation into several different categories. For example, the US has been deeply influenced in the field of academia, but there are so many countries not really influenced by China in the field of academia. So in this kind of index, I mean, different countries could learn from each other to see whether different structure has been established within that country, and maybe this country should adopt that. I think that would solve the issue.
Thank you very much. And just a last question for Dr. Chubb. Again, in your report, and I just wanted you to spell it out, you said that Human Rights Watch and Amnesty felt that it risked, I wasn't sure what it was, that it risked criminalizing the revelation of human rights violations. Can you just explain?
Sure. That was related to the secrecy provisions, which actually I think constitute about 60% of the legislation, the espionage and foreign interference legislation. So although the headline is that this is about cracking down on PRC interference, a large percentage of that piece of legislation rolled up, basically tightening up I would describe it as a crackdown on whistleblowers. The context was that Australia had seen some revelations of misuse of intelligence agencies in overseas operations to bug the Timor-Leste cabinet room during commercial negotiations, and this was very damaging, and the agencies obviously didn't want a repeat of that, and this is part of what got rolled up together into this big ball of national security that was called counter foreign interference. But that's one of the examples that criminalizing that type of whistleblowing.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
We're right up against our schedule, but Commissioner Cleveland, I had the impression you might have a follow-up. No? In that, we're going to stop and take a break, and we will reconvene at 10:50. Thank you. And what a great panel you all were. Thanks so much.
Begin our next panel. This second, I'm reading this from the staff, so thank them. This second action-packed panel will address the diverse and varying effects of Chinese state-backed influence and interference activities by sector. First, we'll hear from Mr. Peter Mattis. Good morning, Peter. Director for Intelligence at the Special Competitive Studies Project, who will address China's interference in foreign political systems. Prior to joining the Special Competitive Studies Project, Mr. Mattis held a variety of research-related roles and served as the Deputy Staff Director at our sister commission, the Congressional Executive Commission on China. Second, we will hear from Ms. Emily de la Bruyere, co-founder of Horizon Advisory and a senior fellow at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, who will examine China's efforts to influence and interfere with the economies and businesses of foreign countries. She has written frequently on Beijing's competitive approaches to geopolitics, including through its influence activities at the subnational level and its military-civil fusion strategy, and a report last week that I believe the Wall Street Journal and others highlighted. So congratulations on that. Third, we will hear from Ms. Sarah Cook, Senior Advisor for China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan at Freedom House, who will address China's influence and interference activities targeting foreign media organizations. She has authored numerous reports related to China and media freedom and twice served as a delegate to the United Nations Human Rights Commission meeting in Geneva for an NGO working on religious freedom in China. Finally, we will hear from Dr. Glenn Tiffert, research fellow at the Hoover Institution, will provide an overview of how China seeks to interfere in foreign academia and other elements of the knowledge base. He co-chairs the Hoover Project on China's global sharp power and works closely with government and civil society partners to document and build resilience against authoritarian interference with democratic institutions. I'd also like to draw your attention to 4 statements for the record we've received for this panel. Dr. Daniel Carell, fellow at George Mason University's National Security Institute, has written a statement exploring China origin gifts and grants to universities. Dr. Ian Oxnavad, Program Research Associate at the National Association of Scholars, has written a statement addressing Confucius Institutes in classrooms. Dr. Aaron Bagit Carter, Assistant Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California and Hoover Fellow at the Stanford University's Hoover Institution, has written a statement assessing China's lobbying and propaganda activities. And last but certainly not least, John Metz, President of the Athenae Institute, and Rory O'Connor, Chairman of the Athenae Institute, have written a statement addressing China's efforts to interfere with student life and academic freedom on campus. We had a long and distinguished list of potential witnesses for today's hearing, and the statements I just identified were witnesses who we asked to supply those statements. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I'd like to remind you to keep your remarks to 7 minutes, and Peter, we'll begin with you.
Well, Co-Chairs Borshov and Russell, thank you very much for holding this hearing today. It's also a pleasure to be back in front of the Commission and to see so many familiar faces and friends up there. These are important subjects that require, critical thought and research and consideration that we don't always have the time to provide that kind of thoughtful approach that is often the hallmark of some of these hearings. I think the importance of this issue is that any sustainable long-term strategy for addressing U.S.-China relations, what the future of the PRC looks like, involves us being able to ensure that our political processes and decision-making in the United States and that of our allies and partners maintain their integrity. And the party has made its efforts very clear that it needs to shape and encourage us to support its rise and to keep sort of the doors and access open. And if we failed to address this problem, we simply don't have the right way of thinking or the sort of the confidence that we should have in democratic processes to deliver us the best and supported solutions that we need to have. My statements here today will focus primarily on the party's intentions, its policies, its activities, in part because this is where all of these conversations need to start. It's still not commonly enough known that all of these issues are in play or what the party is after, and therefore we have to be sort of merciful and forgiving for the kinds of mistakes that sometimes occur when you're dealing with a political system that is sort of, in a sense, alien to us in the way that Leninist systems operate. So at the core of this is what the party calls united front work. This is both a sort of political concept, a way of practicing politics. It's a policy system, as I think Alex Josky is going to testify in the next panel. It's also an organization embodied by the United Front Work Department, but it's worth remembering that there's a central United Front Work Department, provincial ones, and everywhere that you can find party committees, you're likely to find a United Front Work Department. So this is just part of a big system, and you can't pin it on any particular organization. Every party leader from Mao to Xi Jinping has endorsed United Front Work as a means of the party achieving its objectives, both domestically and internationally. And the party views United Front Work as fundamental to achieving what Xi Jinping has called the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. For the party to finish the PRC's modernization, national unification, and to reshape global governance, the CCP must rally many people inside and outside the PRC to support the party's objectives. Some specific manifestations of United Front Work include facilitating technology transfer, creating opportunities for espionage, gaining control of civil society organizations, building party committees within private companies, achieving narrative dominance and normalizing party propaganda, co-opting foreign and international organizations, and co-opting or influencing foreign elites to support CCP objectives. This work is carried out across the globe. It might be comforting to say, well, maybe it's focused on democracies or maybe it's focused on authoritarian states. But I think when you look at the organizational activities, it's pretty clear that this is on a global scale and no particular country safe. The question is more of where does the party try to inject itself? And in a democratic system, we have a lot more points in our system where people or foreign countries can inject themselves and engage with our system than might be the case in a purely authoritarian system where you can focus on the elite and that will drive the decision making, right? In our system, we have a federal system, we have a state system, we have local governments, and all of them have, particular jurisdiction and particular choices that they're allowed to make. I think only Australia has passed new legislation to deal specifically with this challenge. The first was the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme that required individuals and organizations to register if they were engaged in political activity on behalf of a foreign government or other political entity. And they also created the Australian Foreign Relations Act in 2020 that allowed the central government or the federal government to essentially veto activity by the states and territories that ran counter to national policy. So it was a way to ensure that yes, the individual states could still continue to engage internationally, but where they were doing something that undermined national policy, Canberra could step in to shape it. The UK is considering new legislation on this front, and I believe they just had a third reading in the House of Lords on the National Security Bill. It bears a number of hallmarks that are similar to our FARA legislation or the Section 951 under U.S. Code 18, that is sort of the espionage-related version of being an agent to a foreign power. But to date, no one has really made a clear template for how this work should be done and what's the legal basis for handling these issues. So we're still at a point where we have to discuss the problem, to identify the problem, and have some sense of where the government tools should be used, and where civil society is going to have to set its own norms and standards and kind of provide a peer review, if you will, on our individual activities. And to this front, the idea of how do you push a public conversation that is sort of rigorous, that is fact-based, and does so without atomizing or dividing us along any particular line. I mean, we're in the business of judging actions, and trying to safeguard our country, not naming and shaming people for things that we cannot really hold them accountable for because there isn't information, there isn't ways to judge. So I think there are three sort of steps that need to be considered. The first is creating a new open source and information and intelligence organization to leverage the information that's available. Most of the reasons why we're discussing this issue today have come from open source researchers, a number who have been testifying today. And ultimately, because of the way the PRC is cracking down on information, they are making it harder and harder for individuals to do this, and we need a government organization to do so. The second is to push the adoption of digital tools that allow us to process this information at scale, and we can find new insights that are impossible to do with kind of pen and paper research. And the final is trying to figure out how to build China expertise inside the government as we've sort of lost access to the PRC or find it difficult to hire people who have spent time inside the PRC. It's been 50 years since someone in Carter's administration complained about the quality of US government expertise, the late Michael Oxenberg, and we still haven't done anything about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn?
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity. It's an honor to be testifying here today. My focus for today is on China's international industrial influence campaign. The Chinese Communist Party builds and takes advantage of ties to key international economic and financial actors in order to shape government decision-making. This is part of Beijing's larger industrial offensive, one that weaponizes the interdependencies of a globalized environment in order to secure asymmetric dependence, and with it, coercive power. The Chinese Communist Party pursues its industrial influence campaign by taking advantage of reliances that stem from China's market, China's productive capacity, and Chinese capital. This effort threatens the integrity of international political systems. It also attacks the foundation of the global market-based trading system. In the US, China's industrial influence campaign is well established. It's also brazen. In 2018, for example, the Chinese Minister of Commerce publicly called on US companies to, quote, lobby the US government, not to put tariffs on Chinese goods. 5 years later, in perhaps a perverse twist, current US government and private sector efforts to compete with China and to compete with China via industry risk, in fact, fueling and making more aggressive China's industrial influence campaign. On the first front, these are a competitive threat to China, and so China turns to industrial influence in order to neuter that threat. At the same time, many of these efforts involve support for productive capacity. That opens the door for China to position to co-opt that support, as well as to co-opt the domestic American players that are positioned to benefit from it. For example, Ford recently announced that it would partner with CATL, a Chinese state-backed company, in developing a $3.5 billion electric vehicle battery facility in Michigan. This raises the question of whether a facility that depends on Chinese inputs can benefit from IRA support. By extension, whether China can benefit from that support, and whether China can secure a place for its commercial champions in the very industries and industry chains that the US government is working to support. Ford depends on CATL inputs. Ford is investing in this facility with CATL. Therefore, it's in Ford's interest to use all the political clout that it has to ensure that the answer to those questions, to whether a China-dependent facility can benefit in this way, that the answer is yes. This case risks being just one of many. That risk is particularly acute considering Chinese industrial dominance in the very sectors that are being prioritized by US government efforts. Just last week, LongE Solar, another Chinese company, and one that's the world's largest manufacturer of solar modules, announced that it would partner with a US company in building a solar module assembly facility in Ohio. That facility is likely to import products from China. It's also likely to receive IRA support. Those are US examples. China's industrial influence campaign is global, and it plays out among other ways, in an effort to drive a wedge between the US and its strongest allies and partners. Here, the European Union, Germany, and Volkswagen offer a clear example. Volkswagen depends on China as a market and as a production hub. Volkswagen also has major political influence in Germany. These realities have translated into Volkswagen working to influence Berlin's China policy in a way that's favorable for China, at exactly the same time as Washington is trying to bring Berlin and the EU more broadly into a coordinated, robust response to China. When German Chancellor Scholz visited Beijing in 2022, he did so at the head of a business delegation that included the CEO of Volkswagen. This de facto ensured that Volkswagen's business interests, which include maintaining and expanding ties to China, feature in the state-level dialogues. A similar dynamic has also played out with Airbus, another European industrial crown jewel. During Scholz's visit in 2022, he signed a procurement agreement in which China committed to buy 140 Airbus jets. This follows longstanding precedent for European state leaders. And in both cases, both the Airbus and the Volkswagen case, the promise to a key European industrial player access to the Chinese market appears to be used as bait to ensure a positive diplomatic outcome for Beijing. These are just a few examples. They reflect a much larger, much more pervasive reality. That reality, China's industrial influence campaign, threatens political integrity, human rights, the foundation of the economic system globally. It also threatens the ability of the US and the international system to respond to China's global industrial offensive and to present a proactive alternative. China's influence campaign risks driving a wedge between public and private sector in a competition that hinges on the private sector. Then, of course, what to do? This is an area where US leadership and congressional leadership in particular is really crucial. That leadership should start with shoring up American defenses. First, the US should bolster its foreign investment screening processes, including by expanding the definition of a covered transaction under CFIUS to include limited partnership stakes. The US should also leverage government procurement regulations to protect against outsized dependencies on China in terms of suppliers, in terms of production, and in terms of information sharing with Beijing. And as the US builds out this defensive architecture, it also needs to work with allies and partners to ensure that they're developing a coordinated system. Part of doing so means offering incentives, including support and capacity building in everything from foreign investment screening to supply chain diversification to trade policy. But where necessary, the US should also turn to sticks. The US should make the ability to benefit from a preferential role in foreign investment screening processes, as well as industrial policy incentives, government procurement, and free trade relationships. That positioning should be contingent on having a robust trade and investment policy vis-à-vis Beijing. Those are all defensive actions. The US also needs to be proactive. First, it should take steps to expand its network of bilateral free trade agreements with allies and partners, shoring up a market system based on shared international norms. More strategically, while Beijing subverts existing international trade rules, those and China's ability to benefit from them also stymie an effective and strategic response from the rest of the international system. The US should revoke China's permanent normal trade relations status. This would signal both to Beijing and to the rest of the international system a real willingness to hold China accountable for its subversion of the international system. It would also signal a willingness to support it and its norms, even if doing so comes at a cost. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I would like to focus on several elements from my written testimony regarding Beijing's global media influence, its impact on free expression, and recommendations for the US government. My comments draw on the comprehensive Beijing's Global Media Influence Report published by Freedom House in September, the 30-country case studies it included, and conversations with local researchers in these countries over the past 3 years. But first, what do we mean by Beijing's global media influence? This goes far beyond simple propaganda, what might appear on the Twitter account of a Chinese diplomat or the YouTube channel of China Global Television News. It is a massive, multi-layered effort that cuts across dozens of languages, platforms, and traditional news outlets. And while some of the activity is overt public diplomacy or news reporting, an increasing proportion is covert or coercive. In Freedom House's study, we looked at 5 dimensions of how the Chinese Communist Party and its proxies tried to influence foreign media: propaganda, disinformation, censorship, control over content dissemination infrastructure, and trainings to export the CCP model of news control. We examined these dimensions as well as the strength of local responses and resilience in 30 countries across 6 geographic regions. What did we find? The CCP is accelerating its multi-billion-dollar global campaign to shape public opinion and secure both its hold on power in China and its policy priorities abroad. In 18 of the 30 countries we studied, we found concrete examples of increased media influence efforts from Beijing since 2019. This phenomenon is truly global. It's not limited to key targets like Taiwan or rivals like the United States, which were found to face the highest and broadest influence efforts from Beijing. In 16 out of the 30 countries, we found high or very high influence efforts in places as diverse as Nigeria, Spain, the Philippines, and Argentina. Only 4 of the 30 ranked low in terms of influence efforts, and even those countries like Ghana and Israel exhibited core dimensions of the media influence toolbox. Beijing's media influence efforts are also becoming more sophisticated, covert, and coercive. 3 trends in this regard are worth noting, and each is the focus of an essay that's part of the report. 1, Beijing-backed content is increasingly present in mainstream media, and this caught me by surprise, and I've been following this for like over a decade. Varying degrees of transparency in terms of its actual origins, and this is definitely the most significant avenue through which Chinese state-produced content reaches larger audience. It's through these partnerships with local mainstream media. We found this in country after country. In just these 30 countries, we counted over 130 news outlets that had carried or published some kind of Chinese state-produced or co-produced content. And in 16 of the countries, we found at least 1 new or upgraded cooperation agreement just since 2019. 2, PRC-linked actors are engaging in covert tactics or disinformation campaigns on global social media platforms. Chinese diplomats or state media outlets were found to have openly promoted falsehoods or misleading content to news consumers in all 30 of the countries that we studied. But manipulation of social media posts using fake accounts or undisclosed links to the CCP were also found to be growing. In 9 countries, including the United States, at least 1 targeted disinformation campaign was documented that had used fake accounts to spread falsehoods, sow confusion, or meddle in domestic politics. And 3, we are seeing a rise in coercive tactics. In 24 of the 30 countries assessed, we found at least 1 incident of censorship or intimidation aimed at suppressing reporting or viewpoints critical of the Chinese government or Chinese companies. In about half the countries, that pressure emanated from a Chinese diplomat or a Chinese state-linked entity. But in 17 of the countries, it was actually local officials or media executives from outside China who attempted to suppress the critical reporting because of their own interests related to the Chinese government. Other coercive tactics such as cyberbullying, cyber attacks, or frivolous defamation suits were found to target Beijing critics or journalists simply doing their jobs. But there's good news too. These activities are not happening in a vacuum. Local journalists, civil society activists, governments, and news consumers are pushing back against Beijing's influence efforts, especially those that violate journalistic ethics or seek to export censorship. Underlying media regulations that protect press freedom also help to fend off negative impacts. Evidence of these dynamics can be found around the globe, in newsrooms in Kenya, Peru, and the Philippines, in parliaments in Italy and Kuwait, and in journalistic training programs in Tunisia, South Africa, and Nigeria. This is one reason why the impact of Beijing's efforts has been mixed. In 23 of the 30 countries, public opinion towards China, the Chinese government, has actually declined since 2018. That's not just something we're seeing here in the US or in the West. But measurements of public opinion do not tell the full story. Other dimensions of Beijing's media influence campaign have borne fruit, including 1, periodic successes at quashing critical stories, silencing commentators, inducing self-censorship, and reducing the information available globally about events in China. 2, establishing dominance over Chinese language media and the information available to Chinese speakers globally, including via Tencent's WeChat platform, which censors criticism and imposes limitations on who can open accounts that reach large audiences. 3, deploying broader political influence and co-optation of elites, such that those local actors themselves amplify CCP propaganda and suppress unwanted coverage. And 4, laying a foundation for future manipulation as Chinese technology firms with close CCP ties build, or acquire content distribution platforms used by tens of millions of foreign news consumers. This mixed record was reflected in another finding from our study, that resilience is uneven. Exactly half of the countries were found to be resilient and half of the countries were found to be vulnerable. And both categories cut across the global north as well as the global south. This is why additional action is needed to safeguard fact-based reporting and expression of viewpoints critical of the CCP, as well as to protect from content manipulation that touches on other countries' domestic politics. The United States, as both a global leader and a country itself facing increasingly aggressive information influence efforts from Beijing, has a special role to play. To conclude, I would like to highlight 3 recommendations from my written testimony for Congress and the wider government. 1, continue funding and support in this space. It is having an impact, and there is much appreciation by journalists, researchers, and civil society around the world. 2, continue to improve FARA enforcement and other transparency mechanisms that shed light on the financial dimensions of Beijing's media influence targeting the United States. And 3, increase scrutiny of WeChat censorship and surveillance in the United States, including via congressional hearings or formal letters to Tencent. The economic, cultural, and technological contributions that China, its company, and its people can make offer real benefits to people around the world. But we need to be open-eyed about the regime that rules China and put in place safeguards in ways that themselves uphold democratic norms is essential to doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be speaking to the Commission today on China's interference in foreign academia, media, and other elements of the knowledge base. The government of the People's Republic of China and its surrogates employ a range of overt and covert methods to manipulate the ecosystem of knowledge, the flows of information, and the source bases that inform decision makers and public opinion around the globe. Their aims include cultivating goodwill, propagating official narratives and disinformation, countering adverse perspectives, and supporting other policy goals such as technology transfer and China's new global security, development, and civilization initiatives. Academia and the media are principal arenas in which these methods are applied, and let me take each in sequence. Academic collaboration is founded on trust, and for most of the last century, that was comparatively easy to establish and maintain faith in. The United States' leading research partners were other liberal democracies that shared our values and our institutions and were very similar to us in a great many ways. There were many things that you could take for granted. For example, most of our close research partners have historically been treaty allies. You just have to think about Canada or most of Western Europe. Any technology or partnerships that are engaged in, you can be fairly confident will not be weaponized against us or even their own peoples, because these are democracies. They have rule of law, they have accountable governments, they have elections that are free and fair, they have universities that have institutional autonomy and academic freedom, they have institutions like informed consent and ethical review boards of their basic research. And if you can take those things for granted, as we have, you don't need to encode them in the infrastructure of our governance of research. And that's a problem, because China is different. It is the only major research power in the world that is a self-declared Leninist dictatorship. And we are struggling to wrap our minds around what that means, and in many ways we've been barking up the wrong tree over the last several years. We simply lack the institutional and conceptual infrastructure to manage the problems that China poses, and the lessons of the Cold War are of limited utility here. For more than 40 years, we've welcomed the PRC into our research enterprise, and that has been extraordinarily successful. Last year, 290,000 students from China enrolled in U.S. colleges and universities. 13.4% of all U.S. PhDs in science and engineering were granted to students from the PRC. And around 30% of all published international collaborations in the sciences in the United States involved a PRC partner. This is the way that things are supposed to work, except that China is different. It's a competitor, rival, adversary, or pacing challenge, choose your metaphor. It has a vast technology transfer apparatus devoted to acquiring and diverting fundamental research towards establishing primacy in the military and commercial technologies of tomorrow. Its universities respond to 5-year plans, and many of them report directly to multiple masters, including military and intelligence agencies tasked with supplanting U.S. power. Its government practices some of the most intensive state repression, surveillance, censorship, and human rights and research ethics violations on the planet. It manipulates the source bases on which our knowledge is built, whether it's COVID data or the online repositories of patents, legal judgments, statistics, and past research through which we try to comprehend what China is doing, where it has come from, where it is going. It extraterritorially projects surveillance into our universities and our safe spaces, intimidating our students and literally criminalizing the teaching that our professors do in their classrooms on US campuses. No one else we work with closely does this, and it has a corrosive effect on our institutions and standards. So treating China like any other research partner, as much as I generally favor country agnosticism, is madness. Business as usual leaves us dangerously exposed, and sure enough, our openness and trust have not been reciprocated. People focus on talent programs, donations, gifts, information operations, the United Front, and espionage. But in addition to those pushes, there is now a powerful pull that we ignore at our peril. I would suggest that China's biggest sources of influence over our research enterprise is that our institutions are addicted to the prodigious quantity and quality of human capital and data that China offers, and we're paralyzed by that. I might add that these dependencies also pose tremendous supply chain vulnerabilities for us. And so you might say, shut it all down. My response would be no. The participation of students and scholars from the PRC in our research enterprise has been incredibly beneficial to the United States and made us stronger. We have people who come here to build lives in the United States, who become American citizens and contribute to our country, get married, have children, children who become Americans, who are born Americans. And so the hard part really, as I think others have said, is in identifying the risks and opportunities and striking the right balance between them. Currently, neither the United States government or our research enterprise possess either the data or the analytical capability to do this. We are flying blind. At Hoover, my program is working hard across the many stakeholders in the U.S. research enterprise and among our allies and partners to try to get this right. And we need to, because China is too big to ignore. And in many ways, China is sort of the canary in the coal mine. As we begin to expand our research cooperation with non-traditional research partners, especially in the global south, countries that have very different histories, ideologies, political systems, and perhaps memories of United States presence in their backyards, we're going to need to apply some of the same tools there as well. And so I have a number of recommendations related to that that will help us perhaps get a handle on this. In particular, transparency, as has been said before, is really the best disinfectant. And so we need to, Congress should increase funding to enhance the implementation and enforcement of Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, which requires reporting of foreign gifts and contracts, and furthermore, enhancing the government's capacity to analyze and publish that data so that others, like those of us in this hearing, can work with it. State governments, as I think Mr. Chubb has said, should fund educational programming that will satisfy the niche formerly filled by Confucius Institutes, so that their closure will not exacerbate our nation's shortage of skills in critical language, history, and politics. Federal funding agencies and state government should couple prohibitions on participation in talent programs with increases in the resources available domestically to replace lost opportunities. And more importantly, we need to build out the Research Security and Integrity Information Sharing and Analysis Organization proposed in the CHIPS Act to promote trusted ecosystems of international collaboration by identifying, assessing, and developing best practices to mitigate risks across the research enterprise. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, and thank you to all the witnesses. While we're going to go in reverse alphabetical order, Jacob, I'm going to turn to you first at your request. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our witnesses for joining us today. My question is, I just want to start by emphasizing a point brought up by Emily earlier on the need to repeal permanent normal trade relation status, which is an issue that this commission has focused on in prior reports. My question is addressed to all of the witnesses. Should the U.S. consider import controls on Chinese technologies, and are there any positive use cases that any of you can think of where the imports of Chinese technologies doesn't expose us to the risk of espionage, IP theft, and surveillance? Maybe we can start with Peter and work our way down.
I think if you're going to talk about a risk of espionage, as you know from your technical background, that if something creates a signal, if something moves data, then there's potentially a chance of exploitation. You have to deal with inert parts where that's not going to be some risk. There's certainly reason to be concerned. I think there's a question of what kind of scale that those kinds of things can be done on, and where is it most effective in which to do those. So I think if you're looking at sort of mechanical parts, you're looking at one sort of risk. If you're looking at things like software, computing hardware, then you're talking about a different kind of risk. And I'm not sure there's a clean way to judge, or that we have a clear risk framework for how we would make those judgments.
Short answer, I think yes, we should absolutely consider those. Not only because, or import controls on Chinese technologies and inputs, not only because of security and espionage and surveillance risks, but also because of dependence problems. Beijing is very, very clear in its industrial planning that it seeks to develop near absolute control over key nodes of critical value chains so that the world depends on it. And that's a really important way of how Beijing projects power, and it puts us basically entirely in China's control as an industrial base, and therefore as a society. I think the question, or one of the questions, is how actions like these can be implemented, especially in an environment where there is already such severe dependence on Chinese inputs, and in many cases to an extent that the US doesn't realize. Like for Internet of Things modules, basically Chinese companies are the only companies that make those. So this kind of an effort would have to be paired with a proactive move to ensure the ability to produce. In addition, these kind of moves would have to be coordinated with allies and partners, because we end up in a very dangerous environment if the US is taking these actions unilaterally and therefore putting its own industry at a disadvantage without actually resolving the problem at hand.
This is a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but I think I would echo Peter's point, where I think there's just different types of risk for different types of technology. So I think one question would be, short of an import ban, what are the kinds of auditing mechanisms? Because I think that's this question, right? First of all, what are some of the areas where it really would be critical, where you're talking about critical infrastructure and communications and things like that, where you might not want to, where the risk is elevated, and we've seen FCC already take some actions, especially when it's state-owned companies. I think the other is this question of audits and some kind of periodic auditing, third-party auditing, something like that, because you might have certain technologies that now aren't a problem, but it's that element of the CCP kind of activating it, and so that would be one element that I would just add.
I take a slightly different view, and I think it's unfortunate that I have to, because let's make this very concrete and talk about the example of Ford's proposed collaboration with CATL in Michigan. I wish it were not the case that China led the world in battery technology and energy storage. I wish that the United States had clear leaders in this area, but it doesn't. We've allowed that one to get away from us. And if we don't actually work with the leader in this technology, Ford will have subpar electric vehicles, and that does not help Ford. It actually damages our auto industry. So in this instance, what we need to do is identify, assess, mitigate any risks, but also flip the script. China is ahead in this area, and increasingly we will encounter that. And that's on us. We've allowed it to happen. And so we should do what China has done. Learn to the best of our ability, buy time, and get our house in order so that we have domestic battery technology that can challenge them on the global market.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
1 minute, 1 second. Okay, we'll put it to good use. I should also point out that this is today's hearing is part of a broader analysis by the Commission. Jacob and Commissioner Goodwin will be co-chairing a hearing later this year on lawfare. The question about anti-SLAPP and many other issues is part of that. So we are looking at all the components of this, and how do we look at questions about how to address some of the challenges. And Glenn, as you're pointing out, how do we protect or advance some of the opportunities where they exist. We're going in reverse alphabetical order, so I will go next. Emily, let me ask you a question, and Glenn just raised questions about CATL. You mentioned some other entities. It seems to me from what I've looked at, most of those entities, again, the most recent solar announcement in Ohio, they're screwdriver facilities. So unlike what happened with Japan in the 1980s, where they practiced just-in-time supply relationships, so when they moved to the South, they brought many of their suppliers. We're seeing, for example, in batteries, that battery cells are being imported. They are being put into battery packs with the desire to confer domestic origination under our content laws. Emily, can you help on what what these approaches may yield in the influence sector, and as well, how are these policies being advanced in terms of Washington? I mean, it seems that there is both, which we heard from the earlier panel, economics and a fistful of dollars is a powerful incentive. How else could Congress look at influence laws, regulations, etc., to try and mitigate or reduce the risks?
Thank you for making that point about what these facilities are, because just to reemphasize that, in many cases, the new facilities being built or potentially being built in partnership with Chinese entities, their assembly, which means that that's not what's providing the really scaled and the good manufacturing jobs. That's not what's providing a reinvigorated industrial base that's not hollowed out and that's not dependent on China, quite the contrary. And it's not providing industrial expertise or the infrastructure that's necessary, to rebuild an industrial base. What it's actually doing is cementing the reliance of American production on China and cementing that through government support. What does that mean in terms of influence? Well, the first level, just to reiterate what it means for Ford and any other Ford equivalent in analogous cases, now Ford's interests are tied to CATLs, and therefore they're tied to those of the Chinese state, which has implications for Ford's decisions directly with respect to this facility, for how it uses its political influence in the US, and for other decisions it's going to make about its broader business model. This goes beyond industrial influence, which I tried to package neatly because there is a mission creep in these questions, but there's also an implication in developments like this for state and local governments. There's a long, long track record of China promising state and local governments deals like this that provide investment, some number of jobs, and that can lock those governments into, in the same way as Ford, having their incentives determined by the Chinese government. And all of that creeps its way up to the national level to shape and influence US national policy and how that treats China and how that treats or doesn't treat domestic production. What to do on the regulatory and legal front? I mean, the first short answer is there have to be stronger guardrails. There has to be a move to say the US is reinvesting in domestic industry. It's doing that because China has distorted market systems and market rules and hollowed out the American industrial base. What do we do then? We invest in a way that China can't take advantage of. And that hasn't been done yet. Rather, what we've seen is, again and again, when the US has put money into domestic production, China positioned to be the one who benefits from that. This happened in 2008 with American recovery investment and China co-opting that. It happens in local projects. I could drone on forever. So the first point is there have to be guardrails here. And the second point is that the US has to be smarter about where there are outsized dependencies on China, like in the case of EV batteries. And I would argue that there, the effort doesn't actually have to be where can we acquire expertise through partnership with China, because we have that expertise. We have the dependencies because China stole our expertise and scaled it. So there, the move has to be to create a regulatory environment in which industrial scaling can happen at home or can happen in partnership with allies.
Thank you. Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me add my thanks to the witnesses for excellent statements and for your contributions. Let me start with Mr. Mattis. You made a comment about needing to invest more in Chinese expertise, citing my old professor, Mike Oxenberg. I was unfortunately one of his last students given his early passing, but certainly got my attention with that quote since he made it, I think, during the Carter administration, as you said. It's something we hear all the time in this commission. I think the number of times somebody has said, you know, we need more Chinese expertise, Chinese language, it's a consistent theme. Can you help in this particular area with some specificity of what would be a serious move in the right direction? What number of people need to be cultivated, trained, and placed to say we're sort of getting there and starting to address the problem in a serious way? Because I think sometimes that's a general recommendation and we don't have good metrics and we just don't know, you know, how we cut into this problem. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Shriver. It's good to get your question. I have more than a few, but I think the ones that would be particular interest here are that it's impossible to put a clear number on it because we could, you know, the fact that we're talking about CCP interference and you think about the number of people that have actually turned this into an issue that we're discussing. It was a relatively small number of people, a few in Australia, a professor in New Zealand, a couple in Czech Republic, a couple here in the United States, and it's grown and grown and grown. So that really just took a fairly small number of people who understood the party and how to do it, how to do this analysis and how to do this research. And from that has become a good deal of training for how you go through, how you sort of push these issues, research the party. Unfortunately, I think that most of us would say that we did not learn this in undergraduate or in grad school. So there's a question of what kind of programs and training should be occurring at university level. A second is what kind of programs and training should be offered or created outside of government. How should this be sort of integrated to scale and to train people who already have a certain benchmark? So that's one piece. Inside government, because of the clearance issue, which, you know, on the one hand, I benefited from my time in the PRC and the engagements and experiences that I had there. On the other, I also recognize the very serious risk of espionage that's there. And I don't think people try to have this conversation both ways rather than recognizing that both of these things are true. So we have to correct our clearance system so that we have an accurate framework of risk, because if we're discounting everyone because of this, then we're not actually doing it right. So let's figure out what it takes to get it right so we can do it quickly. Second, until this kind of moves along, maybe we should be considering a model along the foreign area officer training that the US military uses, where someone's already inside the system, they already possess a clearance, and rather than treating language training like a reward or as sort of time off, that this is actually part of a career track that we deliberately train people, sort of take them off the line, if you will, and move them forward. And I think this is one of those areas where there's investments in funding that need to be done, but let's recognize that, to my knowledge, Chinese language students have been declining in the United States since about 2016. So there's something else that's there that has to be corrected. So you have to have money and investment there for academia. You have to be thinking about how do you bring people in, under what programs, what conditions. And then third, at the very least, we need to be deliberately cultivating it inside government. And we have programs and models inside the US government already that could serve as a framework for doing so.
Thank you. I have another question. I'm not sure I can get it in 30 seconds, so I'll hold till the second round if there is one.
Noted.
Randy, you can have my time.
Go ahead, Randy.
Okay. So in a similar vein, I wanted to ask Ms. de la Briere, you made a recommendation on working with partners and allies, bringing partners and allies along. It's another recommendation that is made all the time. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but I wonder if you could add some specificity to it when it comes to the challenges we're facing right now. You know, the work we did after in the lead up to the October 7th announcement, and the work we did with Japan and the Dutch after, was very targeted, specific work, because there are these specific choke points in the supply chain that China is very dependent on. When you get into things like potentially revoking PNTR, when you look at tightening investment reviews, both inward and outbound, that's going to be a pretty extraordinary task to bring allies and partners along. Can you and how we can have higher confidence that we can bring the key partners and allies along in your particular areas of prioritization?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, your point's absolutely valid. This is not an easy task, and it's especially not an easy task as the U.S. picks up its pace in this effort. Prioritization-wise, I think there are two questions here. One is which areas to prioritize allied cooperation in, and then also which channels. And there's certainly a logic to starting with things that are easier and where there's an existing basis. So inbound investment screening as opposed to outbound investment screening is something where it's just simply a lower hurdle because you don't have to develop an entirely new framework, and there's an existing U.S. architecture that can be relied on to have that be incorporated and made more robust in allied and partner ecosystems. You can make a similar argument for export controls in at least some capacity. Then, of course, there's how to do this. I think free trade agreements are underutilized as a tool here. These can be requirements in free trade agreements. And that's separate just from having dialogues, fora, whatever. It's actually like a concrete tool that can be leveraged, and that's paired with a proactive element. Because in those, you are also saying, here's market access, here's a carrot, here's us really supporting the foundational architecture of the international economic system, but it has to be done in a way that protects against distortions from China. This is a somewhat separate point, but one of the key approaches, orientations in the way the U.S. goes about this should be the opportunity that coordination with allies and partners on this front provides for them and for their private sectors. And this should also be a way that the U.S. thinks about engaging with its own private sector. But as we as an international system work to protect against China's distortion of the market, there are costs that come with that. There are also opportunities for players, whether those are companies or investors, that are trusted and that are relying on a reliable foundation. And if that can be part of the conversation, I think that creates far more incentive for allies and partners to come on board. For example, as you said, when we get together with Japan, when we get together with the EU, and we say, here are choke points that China controls and that we have to do something about that, part of that conversation is, here's an opportunity for your players to play a greater role in the international commercial system and to have greater market share, or here's an opportunity for your innovators to come in and fill that gap. And that needs to be part of the conversation, in addition to the, here's a cost that's imposed by this, or here's a hurdle we have to jump over.
Sarah, you had a comment, I believe.
I would just echo what Peter had mentioned regarding the previous question, and to say that we've also encountered, I think there's one question is what's the expertise outside of the government, and the other is inside the government. And one thing we've encountered is that, various offices, whether it's the FARA office at DOJ or other offices in the US government, that potentially actually have a role to play in monitoring CCP influence in the United States, have relatively few or maybe none Chinese speakers. Or I think it's not just about the Chinese language skills. It's again this kind of understanding of the PRC political system, of how the CCP exercises this influence. And so I think that's one area where Congress could look at or work with the executive branch, like how many positions do we need? Because even just 5 positions like that could go a long way in particularly well-placed parts of the kind of oversight apparatus of the executive branch. to really improve the U.S.'s own resilience to that type of influence. And the other thing I would say is, again, it's Chinese language, also just an awareness. And I think that's also this element of how do you mainstream some of this knowledge, even if someone isn't fluent in Chinese, which take years and years and years to accumulate, but how do you have someone at a local or state government, in a governor's mansion, in, within the State Department, within the Department of Education, understand some of these elements, because it is absolutely relevant. And we do absolutely see some of the examples that Emily cited translating into attempts to influence decision-making at the state level. There was a case a few years ago in California where there was a resolution introduced about human rights in China. I think it was related to the persecution of Falun Gong. And there was a letter from the local consul in San Francisco to a bunch of the legislators saying, if you pass this, and this was like a symbolic resolution, this is going to harm trade relations and friendship and so on. And it got shut down in one of the committees, and the sponsor was livid that this happened. But I think that there are actually real world examples of that playing out, and more awareness at the state and local level can go a long way.
Thank you. Commissioner Price.
Thank you, and thank you all for your really excellent testimony. Ms. de la Bruyere, can you, in your written testimony, you use the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act as an example, but that's an interesting example because it did pass overwhelmingly, almost unanimously in both the House and Senate, and that in itself is a feat. Can you talk about why that in that instance some of the industrial influence was less effective at that stage?
That's a fantastic question, and I also like it because it points to some optimistic element here, which is that it's not a done deal, that despite China's industrial influence, there is still integrity in the U.S. system. You can still get really, really remarkable legislation that creates a much more hope for the protection of human rights internationally. But yeah, so just the point that I raised in my written testimony is that there was reporting at the time of UFLPA drafting and discussion that American companies with ties to supply chains tainted by Chinese forced labor were lobbying the US government either to tone down or not to pass the legislation. And as you said, it still did. I would argue that much of the reason that's the case is that the American public and American consumers have woken up to the reality of China as a global threat and also as an abuser of human rights. And they weren't going to sit for letting Beijing's influence campaign play out in this case. There is just so much pressure, and also it comes from policy leaders who are speaking on these issues and raising awareness, but there is so much pressure now to actually take a stance against what China's doing. And I think the UFLPA was a case of that really coming through and that shaping or government action in a way it should in a democracy, rather than letting the behind-the-scenes operations of players who were dependent on Chinese forced labor tip the scales. But it's an exciting case, and I think that tells a lot about the possibilities for a path ahead.
Great. Mr. Mattis, in your written testimony, you made a statement that some of the members of some overseas Chinese community organizations were probably even unaware of connections that the organizations they were part of might have. And your recommendation to that talked about this open source intel organization idea. Can you flesh out a bit how you can see the public using such an entity?
So the way that the Foreign Broadcast Information Service worked previously was that some translations of foreign media were kept inside the U.S. government, but a great many of them were made publicly available. So older generations might remember the FIPPIS Green Books that provided a common basis for government and academics to talk to each other. Mm-hmm. Because if it was in the book, then you could talk about it. And we maintained sort of a public access of some level through a portal that through 2013 or 2014, the World News Connection. And it wasn't perfect, but it made a lot more information available than otherwise would be to a much broader audience. And in some ways, we've moved away from that for some good reasons, some bad reasons. We've moved away from that idea that we need to be able to putting that information out into public. And I think that one of the key functions of an open source organization would be to make sure that information is available again. If you go back a couple of years to 2020, there was at times very vociferous public debate over military-civil fusion. And what was the intent behind the Trump administration's response, and what was the scope of it, whether or not this was really something meaningful that the PRC was doing. And if you don't have sort of the production of raw material out in public for people to look for themselves, for example, a 2022 amendment to the CCP charter places military-civil fusion development strategy as one of the 7 national strategies underpinning their system. But this isn't something that you're going to see often in publications. And if you didn't speak Chinese and if you didn't understand how the party would work, you wouldn't be able to find it very readily. So if you were creating an open source organization with the specific intent to have that public dissemination of foreign government documents so that they could be searchable or accessible, it would make it easier for the US government itself to decide what information to highlight publicly, what can it say, what can it not say. It makes it clearer where things are truly sensitive or not. And it allows people to make some of their own judgments about what is appropriate or inappropriate about their engagement with the PRC and party organizations. Because this is the #1 complaint that comes from companies, from universities that I've engaged with. So how do we know? And we could go use, say, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute's university tracker, but that helps us with one set of things. And it hasn't necessarily been updated on an ongoing basis. So how do you know and have confidence in this kind of information? But that's how I envision this being used in terms of public dissemination, because it is becoming too difficult even for people who are knowledgeable to keep up on their own. And this is, in some sense, if we're asking for wide-ranging policies about import controls or export controls, and we want people to make decisions, good decisions on their own without having to force a government hand, then this information needs to be more readily available.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, and couldn't agree more. And just to your point about the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act, and thanks to all of our witnesses, but Horizon Advisory, I think, did the report on polysilicon that helped trigger some action on all of this. So thank you for that. It should have happened from the government. There should be ongoing, as you're pointing out, research activities that are going to be broadly available and disseminated. Commissioner Mann.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the witnesses. Commissioner Price just focused on one issue I was going to ask about, which is I wanted to ask about Peter Mattis's recommendation of a new agency for open source information. What's the case for why not simply? I assume I read that CIA is already doing this. Why a new agency?
All of the other existing IC agencies have their own mission management that they focus on. And open source has often been treated as an afterthought, in some sense primarily as an analytic activity rather than a collection activity. And, in some senses, as someone once sort of testified to Congress about 18 years ago, we don't ask analysts to collect their own SIGINT, we don't ask them to collect their own imagery, we don't ask them to collect their own human. So why do we think that analysts can be able to do the open source side on their own? Now, there's certain value to being out and going and digging through material that you don't otherwise get as an analyst, as many of the commission staff here can vouch for. But at the same time, it's also in a sense, a collection skill set. And we've too often thought about it as, well, we just translate it or an analyst finds it and it's done. But many of these things need context that you wouldn't get with just a translation. And in that way, an analyst, when they sort of maneuver an analytic piece through the coordination chain and get it cleared for publication, they will have to be providing the expertise and the context to defend that piece. And in some sense, that violates our core sense of objectivity. Because if the management don't have the expertise themselves to understand, for example, a readout of a Politburo study session means and where it fits in the PRC and party policymaking process, then that means the analyst is going to be the sole arbiter of what that is. But when you look at intelligence reports that are disseminated from other collection agencies, whether it's a human report, whether it's SIGINT, whether it's imagery, there is always context embedded from the collectors about what those mean, so that it's not just an analyst deciding on their own what the implications are, that there's in some fact the judgment of the people that have collected it. And I think this is one of the reasons why you want to have that piece. I also think that you want it as an independent voice speaking, let's call it at the National Intelligence Board level, a voice that brings open source to the table in the NIC, in the National Intelligence Management Council, in ways that are not currently done. Because it is important, it is vital. In some cases, these are our only clues. And to get the breadth that we need to understand a system like the PRCs, right, which is, as you know, you have one central government, you have 31 provinces, you've got hundreds of prefectures, thousands of counties, and you can't judge one way or another which one's going to be important. In some cases, it's the Ministry of State Security that has recruited former CIA officials. In some cases, it was a provincial department. One of the people who was key in the Australia's sort of interference was someone whose connections to a United Front Work Department and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Congress were at the sub-provincial level. So you can't say that, we can just focus on the center. We actually need to understand the system, and we need to see the system as a system on an ongoing basis.
Sarah, go ahead. Yeah.
Just a very quick addition, and I'm not as detailed, in terms of Peter's idea, but I think there's the collection and the archiving, because so much disappears. There's so much available. Anybody who's done this kind of research on China, there's so much available on local government websites. So much about what we know about what's happened in Uyghur camps is because Adrian Zenz found these bidding contracts. So much about what we know about surveillance, and it disappears. And there's a lot of civil society work doing this, but even just the verdicts and the judgments, it's just, they're just shutting it down. And so I think the extent that you could have some kind of U.S. government resources and open government that's collecting and archiving this, because there is so much important information buried in there, it could be really important, just because that information does disappear.
To add on to what Sarah just said, for those of us on the outside, almost everything is going to be done on a project-by-project basis, which means if you're not being paid to do the project, you're not going to be looking. And this is one of the reasons why it's important for the government to have this role, because you need something that's ongoing on a continuous basis because of this issue of disappearing sources. Because today there might be a huge number of sources about a particular polysilicon company or a particular battery company using Uyghur forced labor, and then somebody's going to see it or cite it, and it will simply disappear. But the people that were looking for it before no longer have a project, they're no longer going for it. Whereas this is something, because of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, because of Customs and Border Protection's responsibilities, this is something where you want to be able to exploit those those times of opportunity to gather that information and to be able to have it when you're sort of doing research or putting information into a policy process. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a couple other questions, but I'll wait for the second round.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Cook, I appreciate your comments on the challenges facing governors and economic development officials, and certainly appreciate that when you're sitting in those seats, if you're a county official or a governor of a small state, or your job is economic development, you're going to be open to investment. And if you're situated in a state like my home state of West Virginia, you're not in a position to turn down a lot of investment. So you mentioned the need to educate those folks on the risk associated with Chinese investment and the accompanying risk of Chinese influence that may come with those dollars. How best to do that, and who is best situated to engage in this sorts of education efforts?
Those are really difficult questions. I mean, I think one, and I'm not super familiar with some of the just broader training and things like that. Because, like, for example, when someone comes to, like, there's freshman congressional briefings and things like that organized, is there some mechanism when we're talking about governors or things like that or state officials that as part of a broader curriculum for new office holders or things like that, you incorporate a unit or a segment where people have opportunity to access, honestly, just some of the testimonies from a hearing like this. Because people will go out and look, but if it's actually something that's part of some kind of required process, and I think it's like, okay, are we picking on China? And some of this might be broader to foreign influence because China's not the only actor in this space, but it is like the actor in this space. And I think it's just so relevant to so many places that to ignore it and to say, well, it's not an issue and it's not relevant is potentially irresponsible. So I think that's one area to look at. I think the other, and I don't have a good answer to this, but this is a tricky situation in the United States in that it's very hard for civil society organizations in the United States, like IS Freedom House, if I wanted to go around and do a series of briefings to U.S. governors about this report, not clear where we would get the funding. It would have to be from the private sector, and parts of the private sector are increasingly engaged. But essentially, that is something where U.S. State Department and other more foreign-facing institutions are able to provide funding for some of that type of briefing, awareness raising in other countries. But for potentially good reasons, there isn't really a good funding mechanism for that here in the United States. I don't know how to square that circle or what the right mechanism is for that. But I think finding some ways for some kind of U.S. government, nonpartisan support for civil society groups here in the U.S. to do outreach and awareness raising, also for members of the diaspora or exile communities. Right now, a lot of that happens, honestly, on sometimes just a volunteer basis because people really care about this or have family members in China who are detained. But it's not, it actually is a vulnerability in U.S. resilience.
Thank you. Ms. De La Bruyere, wanted to follow up on your discussion of the IRA and not to characterize your testimony, but my sense of how you described it is we find ourselves in a bit of a conundrum. China has achieved dominance in certain strategic and important sectors that now the U.S., and by the way, achieved that dominance through often illicit means, forced technology transfer, outright theft. We've prioritized certain sectors for government funding and for initiatives that will help boost domestic production and domestic manufacturing. And the conundrum is your sense that China will be able to take advantage, and Chinese companies will be able to take advantage of that very funding and that support to benefit themselves. And I'm concerned that you seem to suggest that perhaps that is a risk inherent to government support for boosting domestic production. So I wanted to get your reaction to that. And then ask whether this acute risk, as you describe it, is not manageable. Consistent with your recommendations for putting in place more robust screening mechanisms for foreign investment. And as we've seen this week in response to Ford's announcement, efforts to modify the underlying act or otherwise subject that deal and others under appropriate circumstances to CFIUS review. How else to use Mr. Tiffert's language, flip the script?
Thank you, and thank you for characterizing my point more succinctly than I'm able to. Starting with, so yes, I think you perfectly framed out the big risk and problem that I see in these new moves to invest in domestic industry. The next question, is that inherent to government support? It is inherent to government support that U.S. efforts like this are going to lead China to try to take advantage of them. That doesn't mean Beijing will be successful, but the risk is inherent. And it has to be mitigated in a set of ways, both more tactical related to the government effort itself, but also with respect to broader private market or private sector incentives and structures that aren't resolved and therefore continue to encourage U.S. companies to act in the same way that they have been acting, which is in a way that's dependent on China. But just focusing in the interest of time on those tactical elements, as discussed, there just have to be better guardrails. There have to be better guardrails in terms of how U.S. Industrial support is being allocated and to whom and what the dependencies are, and generally about China's role and control over the U.S. industrial base. The focus of U.S. government efforts also should be adjusted for this reality. I would argue that includes more of a focus on upstream elements of value chains if we're going to be deciding that we need to use government support to bolster a given sector or industry chain. I think chips is a good example here. China dominates the upstream of the semiconductor value chain, which means that as the US pours money into that sector, we risk pouring money into a sector that depends on Beijing. So if we're going to have these efforts, let's start at the beginning to make sure that we're not just cementing an already imbalanced dynamic. And then finally, there are bigger, more strategic measures that I'd argue we have to be thinking about, like PNTR, like stronger investment screening, that can change the overall landscape such that market actors are going to be making decisions that advance the industrial interests of the United States and not working to circumvent both the intention and the law of U.S. policy.
Thank you.
Glenn, I see your hand is up.
Thank you very much. One of the great advantages of being at Stanford University is I can walk about 5 minutes in any direction and get a scientist who can tell me exactly what the state of the field is in a particular technology. And it's become apparent to me as I've done that over and over again, that a lot of our discussions around these topics are stuck in narratives that were true 5 or 10 years ago, but much less so today. China's advances across key areas of technology that we worry about tremendously sometimes involve theft and espionage. That was true in the past, but increasingly they involve China's own domestic innovation. And partly that's a function of the fact that we lost control of manufacturing. And in the process of manufacturing, through process improvements and manufacturing improvements to squeeze out efficiencies, Chinese firms are now leading in a lot of these areas. And so again, battery technology is one. There are a whole range of other ones too, in which China is generating its own innovation now at this point. And unless we get a piece of that, we run the risk of falling further and further behind. I hate that notion, but it's increasingly true.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Glass.
Thanks to all of you for testifying before us today. Actually, it's kind of ironic, Emily. Today in the Wall Street Journal, one of the top news stories is, what does Made in America mean? In green energy, billions hinge on the answer. And it's talking about the issue that Commissioner Goodwin raised about the Inflation Reduction Act and essentially $500 billion of incentives or tax credits that are on the line right now as the Biden administration works to determine what Made in America means. So when you were talking about Ford's partnerships and other U.S. companies' joint ventures for assembly production and things like that that are reliant on foreign components or inputs coming in from China, you talked a lot about the upstream value chain. When we're thinking about influence on U.S. procurement policy, are the influencers really the U.S. companies who have these joint ventures, or do we see that the Chinese government is actively influencing directly U.S. procurement policy? And what would your recommendations be even further to help strengthen domestic production for some of these essential components?
Thank you. It's a great headline. We should probably just have aired that article for today. Absolutely, one of the influences on government procurement is companies that have their incentives warped by Beijing. But yes, absolutely, China also engages in its influence campaign directly. And Beijing does this both at a local and subnational level, so state and local governments, and at a federal level. Probably more aggressively on the former than on the latter because of awareness, as was already discussed, investments or incentives to collect investment and a dearth of alternatives. I focused on the more indirect industrial angle just because I think that there's less attention to that, and because it's this particularly clear-cut case of China weaponizing our assumptions about cooperation in the private sector and in markets. the what to do about it is more difficult. And one thing I'll say is that a lot of what we point to, I think, in our recommendations focuses on defense, and that's important and it has to happen, but it really is radically insufficient in its own right. Because long as China is the only player at a certain node in industry chain or the only player that's offering investment, no matter how much any decision maker knows, there's only one option. They're going to pick that option or they're going to suffer. So yes, we should, part of the answer is raising awareness. Sarah addressed this clearly. One thing I would add to that is, where is the list from the US government about which companies are state-owned? A consolidated list of which companies have been identified as bad actors. That, and just the ability to share that with state-level officials, probably could make some degree of a difference. But there also has to be the proactive point as well, and that's where I would, first of all, just like creating a more favorable regulatory environment for production is a really important part of that. Also, this is again where allies and partners come in. The issue isn't necessarily that components or new facilities depend on foreign inputs. Much of the issue is that they depend on Chinese inputs. And the foreign remains an issue if those are in turn shaped by China's effort. But what if the US can actually work with allies and partners and say, and this speaks to the early question, but say, hey, you actually get to benefit from the IRA if you have strong investment screening, if you have strong trade policy, and then you can come in and you can fill that gap because you do have cutting edge battery technology that we lack, or you have critical minerals that we don't have access to. I think that's that should be one primary line of effort, because it's also an area where the government is uniquely positioned to be the leading force.
Thank you. Glenn, do you have anything to add?
No, I would agree with that.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you, and thanks to all of our witnesses for really excellent statements. Mr. Mattis, I wanted to start with you. You said something that I think is very important, and I wanted to highlight it, and that is that the analysis that has been done in the last decade or even less of Chinese political influence operations was done almost entirely by people who were not academics or not in academic positions, with maybe one or two exceptions. That seems to me telling, given the importance that we now ascribe to these influence operations. So the question, I guess, is how would you explain that? And doesn't it suggest a problem, a deeper problem with our academic community that studies China?
I think part of it is an incentive, call it a methodological incentive. This is not exactly the sort of area where you can find, generally, for example, a lot of books outside of the history field that are about covert action or intelligence efforts or state propaganda efforts. That we don't see a lot of political science analyzing this. There are a few more books out there than there used to be, right? But it's a relatively small numbers, right? So there's, I think, one, a methodological consideration. Two, I think we've tried to see the PRC as a normal-ish country, in some sense kind of mirror imaging on it without necessarily grasping what it means to be a Leninist system, right? I think just one of the key concepts that's fundamentally different is the way the party defines security from the way that we understand security. We define security as our ability to manage risk, our resilience in the face of catastrophe, and the party defines national security risk as, or national security as the absence of threats to the party's ability to govern. Right? Those aren't physical threats, those are ideas, right? And this means that in their effort to provide for the party's security and provide the favorable environment that recognizes sort of the triumph of socialism with Chinese characteristics, that they're going to be pushing out further and further. And they're going to focus in particular on Chinese diaspora communities, because none of us that are here are going to be the ones that would make dangerous ideas resonate inside the PRC. It's the communities abroad, right? So there's that component where if we didn't understand some of those differences or the features of the Leninist system, we didn't necessarily get how far they were prepared to go. Three, we've tended to see many of these things, I think, in defensive ways, right? When we say the party's first priority is to stay in power. it's hard for me to see how that's analytically meaningful from any political party, regardless of the system, that if you're not in power, you can't govern. And I think we haven't paid attention enough to what are the party's aspirations, right? They speak quite often in soaring rhetoric, and it's not just Xi Jinping. It was also Hu Jintao was not exactly a soaring rhetorician, if you will. That they've seen the party as having a purpose to modernize China, to make, to have global power and influence, I think is how it was put in the 19th Party Congress work report. They've been very explicit about the world that they're trying to create. And you pair that with the absence of kind of understanding the Leninist toolkit and this lack of appreciation for the world they're trying to create, and we don't see how they're trying to build that positive vision.
I guess my question is, why is it that our academic community seems to have been tone deaf or blind to these very important features of the CCP system? I won't put you on the spot by insisting that you answer that question, but if you have a thought, I'd be interested to hear it.
So I think it's the reasons for kind of looking at for missing those points. They're not necessarily a focus. These aren't things that you ran into, right? I think for many people who studied Chinese in the United States and been in academic positions or analytic positions in the government for the last 40 years or more, you went into this with a sense of hope and a sense of opportunity, right? And unless you dealt very firmly with the party's reality, it's quite difficult to see these things, right? It's the question of, once you see it, do you recognize it? Can you pull it apart and understand it? And I think that was the journey that many people like Alex Joske, John Garno, Anne Marie Brady, Martin Halla, and many others went through of, there's always been something off, but unless you ran into that reality quite hard, you didn't start looking.
Right. And the further question is, what are we doing to train a whole new generation of people who understand those things? But thank you.
We give them jobs on our staff. Okay. Commissioner Borokoff.
Thank you. Just a quick comment before I ask a question. I think it was one of my very first hearings here, Ms. De La Greer, that you testified, and I wanted to say thanks for coming back. Thoroughly enjoyed last time and this time. Secondly, I've spent an enormous amount of time in the last couple of weeks because we recently went as a group to the West Coast and had an eye-opening meeting about AI and where it's going and where it's going to be very, very quickly. And I'm sure everybody here has probably played around with ChatGPT a little. And I will guarantee you, from what I've learned in the last couple of weeks, that's the future of open source, because they can download immense amounts of data, and it can be accessed and coordinated in a way that's just amazing. And it's in its infancy right now. It's moving quickly. And then the other comment is that we did have, as my co-chair, Commissioner Wessel, said, we had several statements for the record that came in, and I would encourage all of you and the folks who might be listening to take a look at one that's included in this panel from Dan Carell, who did a really phenomenal job of detailing the amounts of money that went to specific universities throughout the country, all from open source. Very, very interesting list. I have a question for you, Ms. Cook, that you have made me really think about. It's true that the way you really affect society in the long run is two ways. One, you get to the kids. You've all talked about that, and that's done through Confucius and other things they're doing in the universities. My question is about the propaganda issue. I'm familiar, and I think it's really accelerated with the whole concept that the media, the online newspapers, which are all of them now, but there are some that are only online, the individual media, for-profit media, and some not-for-profit media are all doing these coordinated reporting. And it's interesting to me. I'd like to know if you guys have a list of who's doing what. Is there a way that we can start looking at that? Do we know what the monetary rewards are? How do you quantify what the rewards are for those organizations, because there's a insatiable need right now for content. Everything online needs, it's everything. It's insane. I've been called by people out on the West Coast asking me if I can provide a screenplay. I've never written a book. They want to know if I can provide a screenplay about some of the things my company has done, which frankly, I'm fascinated with, but I don't think anyone else would particularly care. So it's only going to increase that they just accept whatever comes to them. And if they're getting paid for clicks, for running it, do we have a list? And how do you figure that out?
That's a good question. I will say, in the United States, this is where the Foreign Agent Registration Act and the filings really come into play. And actually, having looked at this dynamic across 30 countries, the U.S. is actually one of the few places where we actually know how much money is going to which publications, to which PR firms that also then help place ambassadors' op-eds that actually, in one case, very explicitly was saying that it was going to cultivate media from African American and underrepresented communities in the United States. That's a relatively new development that I stumbled upon doing some research. So I think that's where these transparency mechanisms become very important. And there was this dynamic where a number of news reporters went into the FARA filings. That was because of deeper enforcement. Because China Daily used to just say, oh, we just put out this amount. But now it's broken down by publication. Publicize that, and that adds to the level of embarrassment, and slowly, within a few weeks, quietly, suddenly the New York Times and the Washington Post aren't running China Daily anymore. And I think, to be honest, the amount of money was something over the last 3 years, around 7 million. And actually some of that money just shifted to other publications. But I think that's where these transparency mechanisms become very important. The other thing we saw in other countries is Freedom of Information Act requests. That was really important. So for example, actually in Israel, we know that China Radio International gave money as a co-production to one of the public broadcasters. It wasn't a ton of money, maybe 200,000, but it was for a number of different clips and stuff like that. But that's one example. In Nigeria, there were Freedom of Information Act, investigative reporting. So I think those transparency mechanisms really do shed light. And I think this is one of transparency is always good, but this is one of those spaces in the policy world where that shedding of light really galvanizes action. And I think that's where investment trainings, just sharing of examples and things like that becomes really important, and where transparency mechanisms, especially that relate to the money trail, also are very important to have that component. I think that's been one question in Australia, if they maybe don't have that. So that's one thing I would say. I think globally it's very difficult to know, though FARA actually, I think there was somehow information about publications in Brazil that was evident from FARA filings in the US. So I just would say that I think FARA is a really interesting and unique mechanism for that. And the increased enforcement becomes very important for those purposes. On AI, I've done a little bit of that is absolutely true. And there are various ways in which actually CCP censorship is going to be creeping in that space as well.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment before I turn to Commissioner Cleveland. I'm not sure everything is swept in under FARA. And I'd have to do more research, but my understanding is the South China Morning Post is not a FARA filer, but they have a joint a cooperation agreement with Politico. So I'm not sure there's all the transparency. I think we have to, again, do more research, and we may want to have more scrutiny of all that. Commissioner Cleveland.
Thank you. I have a comment and then a question. Commissioner Borikoff raised this issue of somebody submitting a statement for the record, which was interesting, but it was, in my view, inflammatory because it was a lot of dollars, a lot of universities, a lot of numbers with no context, no explanation, and no opportunity to actually ask him questions. So I am concerned about the quality of the submission. To the issue of transparency, to what Commissioner Goodwin has raised in terms of how do we help inform state and local officials, I'm particularly interested in meddling in campaigns, and there seems to be a difference of opinion in Canada as to whether the Chinese did or did not interfere in the outcome, and I think Mr. Trudeau has now been compelled to conduct some kind of an independent investigation after a number of reports came out on meddling. So staff provided earlier today a document that in essence is a photograph and a detailed description that the MI5 is using to indicate that people have questionable ties to UFW work and are facilitating donations to political entities. I'm wondering if there's, obviously you haven't seen this document, but I'm wondering if there's a way of taking advantage of a format like that, so whether it is in the space of industrial espionage, or you said identifying as state-owned enterprises, is there some way to more formalize or to formalize the identification of individuals who we know are involved in interfering either in politics, industry, or in media or other spaces? Because I found this extremely useful. It was a picture. It basically said, this is who she is. This is how she's covertly engaging in the interference of British politics. It was pretty interesting.
I think generally identification is always valuable. I would just raise one caution, and this probably holds most of the entity rather than the individual level, but of China's approach, and holds more broadly across so many of our defensive measures. But China is adept, once we've recognized a problem actor, at then changing that actor's name, subbing it out for something else, and continuing its approach, which not only makes our effort useless, but also risks making it backfire, because we think we've done the work. We think we've defended our system, that this player's out of our bloodstream, and so we become complacent. So I would just add that to the conversation.
Helpful. That's, yeah. Anybody else's thoughts?
Yeah, so there's a really important consideration here, and that is China is nimble, absolutely. And in our work in this area, many of those associated with the United Front Work Department are U.S. citizens, and they have absolutely every right to engage in the political system. And China will take advantage of that. It'll weaponize it. And so we've got to come up with tools that enable us to deal with the U.S. citizen problem in a way that also avoids the problem of racial profiling.
I think that's really critical, and I'd be interested in, if for the record you have some further thoughts, any of you, on how to develop those tools, because I think that is, as we said in the first panel, a legitimate concern in balancing individual liberties with the significant challenges of IP theft and espionage. Thank you.
We have a couple of minutes left if there are a second round of questioning. Jim, and then Commissioner Friedberg.
Another question for Peter Mattis based on your recommendations. You hit on something that I think is really important, but I want to hear more about it. Developing China expertise, and then you said inside China. And certainly my experience over the years was that experience on the ground inside China was important, and that language training wasn't just enough. But then how do you do that? I mean, it's not up to us. China is not going to admit, for example, foreign journalists more than they are. So I wasn't quite clear how you do that, and how does that combat influence operations?
So I think that the panelists here would all agree that knowledge is sort of the first step. You can't have transparency if you don't have knowledge. And when I think about the efforts, a number of examples, including ones that I've been involved in, that is called the trinity of counterinterference is insider knowledge, people inside an institution or an organization that are going to have tremendous detail about what is taking place. The ability of that person or persons to connect to outside knowledge that can assist them in understanding what seems off, what's wrong. And then the third is a connection to, in essence, political power, whether that's government stepping in to take action, or it is transparency through the form of journalism that either activates political power or kind of shames people into withdrawing. So that's how knowledge plays a role. It's one of those it's one of those three pieces, I think, insider knowledge, political power, and the knowledge of the CCP that allows effective action to be taken at the point that there is an issue. So without that, you just can't push forward. I've read sort of repeatedly that and heard complaints that if people have gone to the PRC to study, it's impossible to get them through the clearance process to work in the US government in many respects. And that it's become more and more difficult for that, or longer and longer wait times, where you could be talking about 3 years, 4 years, or longer before a process grinds down. So I'm concerned that we're not necessarily doing the clearance process correctly in the first place if we're washing out what are probably a huge proportion of sort of patriotic Americans who want to work for government for the right reasons and have no ill intent and never are unlikely to develop ill intent. But if we can't take advantage of sort of the normal kind of American interactions with the PRC to inform government and to have the richness of that experience inside the system, then we've got to think much more deliberately about how do we send people out? How do we provide people who are already cleared, who are already trusted, send them to an MA in China Studies and send them for a year of some sort of work in the PRC, something where you've already sort of developed the antibodies and the protections and judgments about who they are. Because if they don't have that, I think you kind of miss all of the things that are there on the PRC, right? And we've talked about what the PRC is doing with a sense of omnicompetence, but when you see that system in action, you see the brilliance and you see the perfidy and banality and incompetence of other parts of their system, right? So understanding how to account for that kind of variance, understanding that the people who are engaged in that system, sometimes have a choice, sometimes don't. You just to think about a very public example, our former Deputy National Security Advisor, Matt Pottinger, had clearly had some of his views shaped by what he saw as a journalist and what he experienced with direct interactions with the state security apparatus.
Thanks.
Commissioner Friedberg.
Yes. First, a question for Ms. Del Briere. I heard you say two things, and this is sort of like one of those "don't you think so" questions, or am I misinterpreting, or am I hearing things that I agree with and I'm projecting onto you? But I heard you say two things. One, that Chinese industrial policies are also influence policies, and China's influence policies are, in part, intended to support its industrial and trade policies. So there's sort of a reciprocal relationship between those two. So that's number one, which I think is a very interesting way of describing it. And then number two, the question is, well, how do you break that or weaken the effectiveness of that? And the answer seems to be, you didn't put it quite in this way, but to create a new liberal subsystem, economic subsystem within the global economic system, not totally decoupling from China and cutting it off completely, but imposing restrictions on its ability to export to us, imposing restrictions on investment flows and so on, and building up the connections among democratic countries and building up our own domestic capacity. And in a sense, going back towards something that more closely resembles the sort of liberal trading system that we had during the Cold War. So I guess now the question, don't you think so? Or is that, are those accurate assessments of what you said?
I was worried when you started that you were going to say, I heard you say these two things, and they were absolutely contradictory. Get your act together. Short answer, yes, entirely agreed. And just, on the first point, we could go on forever about what this reflects about the very comprehensive, holistic, and mutually supporting elements of China's industrial or global strategy. Probably not worth doing. On the second point, just one thing I want to emphasize is I think that there's this instinctive response when we look at what China's doing and how it's broken the rules and undermined the international system to turn away from international free markets and the globalized environment, and in doing so to try to mimic China. in a lot of ways, and that's really, really dangerous. Whereas, yes, I think that what we should be doing is saying, actually, we believe in these rules and we believe in this system. The issue is that they're not working right now. They're not coming with the right penalties for breaking the rules, and we're unable to defend them. So let's actually work harder to protect and to advance a proactive vision for the global economy. And not only is doing this partly a response to China breaking the rules, but it's also partly a response to technological trends that are changing how the global economy works, which means that there's an opportunity here too, to do, and here I guess is in some ways how we can do the same thing China's doing. A lot of Beijing's approach says, okay, the world's changing because of technology, that's a chance for us to subvert it. We can say the world's changing because of technology. Here's how that creates opportunity for a global economic system, and also how that means we need to think about protecting the system better.
Thank you very much. A question for Ms. Cook and maybe for Mr. Mattis. You touched on this question of disappearing sources. My impression is that that's an accelerating problem, that China is in the process of removing from its cyber environment things that are not classified, not even government documents necessarily, but allow Western analysts to gain insight into the way their system is working. So first, is that correct, that this is accelerating? And second, what do you do about that? And it seems to me, in an ideal world, you'd be able to take a snapshot every day of the internet and the web and all the information that's available on it, because you don't know what's going to be interesting and important. Is anything like that conceivable? How do you deal with the disappearing information problem?
Yes, it is disappearing. I mean, again, this example of the online database of verdicts that under transparency reforms in like 2014, suddenly judges all over China started publicizing this. And actually for a report we did in 2017 on religious persecution, I was able to work with someone to go in, put in Article 300, which is used to prosecute Falun Gong practitioners in certain Christian communities and others, 3,000 or something like that cases, and then we just downloaded it. We had a coder, which was actually, they had already barriers then, and then we could basically, do all kinds of data analysis and things like that. You started to see, again, certain categories of crimes, usually ones that maybe have human rights implications being removed. But now I think the latest, there were some thousands and hundreds of thousands have been disappearing. So one is some of it's just being taken off the internet. In other cases, it's also that they're starting to require to access certain databases having like a national Chinese ID. So that means that you could be somewhere or an IP address inside China or something. But it's usually a national ID. So it's this real name registration element. So then they know that you were the person, or you have to have, again, someone Chinese, who then there are all these other additional risks for them if they're doing sensitive research. So, I don't know if the answer is to like capture the entire internet, but I think, and again, there's certain elements of, that maybe it is certain periodic, searches, again, how you automate this to be able to capture it, because again, bids and tenders is a gold mine. Some of it's also a private company, so some of the research that surveillance firms like IVP and PVM have done, you go back to the website and suddenly this very incriminating, previously very incriminating slideshow that was up there is not there. So I think all of the researchers working in this space have learned to archive, but there is a question of whether you can do it more systematically.
Thank you very much.
Let's not give the Chinese, the ministries a roadmap for what we're downloading. Most of it. Commissioner Price.
Great, thank you. Dr. Tiffert, in your testimony, especially your written testimony, you touch on transnational repression on campus. You give particular example of a brave human rights advocate who's been working on campuses. Then you make a recommendation later on educating international students and assisting students and faculty in how to maintain a climate free from intimidation. Can you flesh that out a little bit more? I don't want us to end this session without talking about that issue.
Absolutely. In the work that we do, we spend a lot of time talking to university presidents, VPRs, and head of international affairs at universities. partly to talk about the research security, tech transfer piece, but also to ensure that we have a climate on campus that does right by our students. Because as you rightly say, transnational repression and the projection of China's censorship apparatus, its surveillance apparatus, its intimidation into our space is a real problem. Having taught, I'm a historian by training, and having taught classes, I know my PRC origin students would come to me and speak privately in my office hours and say things that they would never say in the classroom because they don't trust the other PRC origin students in the classroom unless they know them exceptionally well. It's just a reality. And so when we talk to vice presidents of international affairs who are in charge of the students who come from everywhere to our campuses, very often that is not part of the orientation. The set of expectations that come along with you are now in the United States. We have certain expectations about freedom of expression, freedom of inquiry, the freedom to say something without fear. And setting those baselines, it's very important. And a lot of schools do not do it. But if you have those initial conversations, then you can always go back to them in case there's a problem. Many schools, in fact, put it on the individual faculty member to solve a problem after it's already happened, and that's too late. And often there aren't institutional resources or standards to which a faculty member can refer to kind of navigate their way through that problem. A colleague of mine at a human rights organization likes to talk about a case at an Ivy League school that shall go unnamed but is represented in this room, in which in a small seminar of less than a dozen people, a student expressed an idea. It was a graduate level seminar, and within 24 hours, that student's parents had a visit from the Public Security Bureau back in China, which means that somebody in that classroom ratted them out and reported it presumably to the consulate. These things happen. That particular faculty member was left on their own to solve the problem. And so we can do better than that. We're just not giving it the thought that it requires, and the administrators on campuses aren't necessarily thinking or are not aware that transnational repression is happening in their backyards. Very often they don't hear about it, they don't even know what's happening.
Thank you.
With that, we'll gavel down. I don't need to use the gavel. Gavel down this hearing, this session. We will return at 2 o'clock. Thank each of you for appearing here today, for all the work you do, and we will certainly be following up with you. Thank you. Adjourn until 2 p.m.
to hearing 3 of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission 2023 Annual Report panel. Our third panel will explore the CCP's approach to foreign influence and the most important organizations tasked with carrying it out. First, we'll hear from Dr. Marika Ohlberg, Senior Fellow in the Indo-Pacific Program at the German Marshall Fund, who will discuss how Chinese leaders' worldviews drive the country's foreign influence activities and explain why United Front work and external propaganda work have assumed greater importance under General Secretary Xi Jinping. Prior to her work at the German Marshall Fund, Dr. Ohlberg worked as an analyst at the Mercator Institute for China Studies, where she focused on China's media and digital policies, as well as the Chinese Communist Party's influence campaigns in Europe. Next, we will hear from Mr. Alex Josky, Senior Risk Advisor at McGrath-Nickel, who will provide an overview of China's United Front work system and explain how this system aims to co-opt or counteract critics of the CCP abroad. Prior to joining McGrath-Nickel, he served as an analyst at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. And finally, we will hear from Rebecca Fair, Vice President of Information at 262 Technologies, who will analyze China's foreign propaganda system and the key narratives it seeks to disseminate around the world. Prior to joining 262 Technologies, she founded the software company Thresher and spent a decade as a Central Intelligence Agency officer in a variety of roles. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I'd like to remind you to keep your remarks to 7 minutes, and Dr. Ohlberg will begin with you.
Co-Chair Barkov, Co-Chair Wessel, members of the Commission, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this hearing. First, let me start by saying that no single work area inside the Chinese party-state bureaucracy sums up all the activities that make up the CCP's global influence and interference activities. Instead, CCP leaders use a variety of terms to describe different sub-areas that are led by different agencies inside the party-state. One type of work that is particularly relevant and that has received a lot of attention is United Front work. This work has been upgraded significantly since Xi Jinping came to power. Although United Front work is sometimes used interchangeably with global interference operations in our current debate, the principal target of this work in the narrow sense is PRC citizens, and a large part of United Front work takes place inside the PRC's borders. That said, it also targets Chinese citizens living abroad, as well as people of Chinese descent, when the PRC tries to claim them as the sons and daughters, quote unquote, of the Chinese nation. However, there are other terms used for influence operations targeting foreign nationals, including friendly exchanges, friendly work, international liaison work. These serve a similar function as United Front work, but specifically target foreign nationals. Last, there's external propaganda work, which is principally about raising China's voice by amplifying official talking points, shaping global debates and narratives, and changing how people think about the PRC, the world, and any topic that is of interest to the party. Through all these activities, the CCP aims to create an external environment that is conducive to realizing its policy goals and securing its short, mid, and long-term interests by maximizing support for the party and neutralizing opposition to it. Notably, CCP leaders, including Xi Jinping, have gone so far as to define the lack of an international voice and international influence, the ability to stop foreign criticism, as a generational challenge for China. I mention this because it may help explain why a lot of what we see the CCP do is done with the goal of silencing opposition to the party around the world and deplatforming it. While all the objectives of the work that make up influence and interference operations are usually phrased in terms of national interests and national objectives, the key actor is the CCP. At the most fundamental level, therefore, influence and interference activities are meant to guarantee the long-term regime security of the CCP by creating a safer and smoother international environment for the party. Now, what is the toolkit? For easier presentation, I like to group the various activities into a positive agenda, in quotes, which is about making alliances, and friends and promoting positive narratives, and a negative agenda, which is about isolating and fighting hostile forces and suppressing discussions of topics the CCP does not wish to see discussed. This is because all of the party's work at home and abroad is guided by a set of key principles that can be referred to as United Front principles, which are about building the broadest possible alliance against enemies of the party. So the first set of activities is about building positive relations with as many relevant groups and through as many channels as possible, such as through United Front bodies, through party-to-party diplomacy, local relations, friendship associations, business networks, think tank networks, and many more. It is also about using any channel, especially foreign voices, to promote PRC perspective and interests. The second interest, the negative agenda, consists of activities that use various levers to exert pressure on individuals, on groups, or even on whole countries to isolate those that are considered hostile and to prevent certain topics from being discussed. This can include activities such as threats and targeted harassment of individuals and groups, disruption of events, editorial pressure on media, denial of visas to persons considered too critical, or even economic coercion against whole countries, as we've seen with Australia and Lithuania, to retaliate against actions or policies the CCP opposes. Elements of this toolkit are used across all countries, and we can usually recognize aspects of it when we look at it, but the exact combination depends on a range of factors, such as how much support there already is for the PRC and the CCP, which groups are available to liaise with, is there a big diaspora or not, or sometimes also personal agency by those directly responsible for the work. Now, what about those activities and what can be done about that? One standard to define illegitimate interference activities is to focus on efforts that are covert, coercive, and corrupt or corrupting, terminology first coined by Malcolm Turnbull. And this to me is a good starting point. Some activities are very unequivocally illegitimate, and these can include stuff like election interference, inauthentic coordinated behavior on social media, instances of transnational repression, threats, or pressure, economic coercion. A lot of this is from the negative toolkit. In addition, there might be some activities that are legitimate per se, but that can be then used for illegitimate purposes. For instance, it is legitimate for a U.S. city to sign a partnership agreement with a PRC counterpart, but if such an agreement is then used to prohibit U.S. city officials from interactions with Taiwan, for example, this can cross into illegitimate interference. The majority of our responses should focus on practices that can be clearly identified as illegitimate, the covert, the coercive, the corrupting. To give a few examples of what can or could be done, one thing is to track coercive action that impacts freedom of speech and other freedoms more systematically and to raise the cost for such behavior. Improve mechanisms for individuals to report harassment, intimidation attempts, or requests to cooperate with PRC authorities. Consider imposing Magnitsky-type sanctions for instances of transnational repression perpetrated from outside the US. Additional action should focus on providing funding, for example, to improve Chinese language skills and China literacy, as well as on topics that are difficult to research because of PRC pressure. Last, we should coordinate with allies to coordinate responses and show a joint response and to address concerns that affect multiple countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Mr. Josky.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Chairwoman Bartholomew, Vice Chairman Wong, other commissioners, and in particular Commissioner Borochov and Commissioner Wessel for chairing this hearing today. It's a real honor to testify here for the first time before the Commission, and I really look forward to this chance to push forward debate on such a critical issue. I've got the particular blessing, or perhaps misfortune, of coming from Australia, where we've shown and experienced sustained covert political interference efforts from the Chinese Communist Party to manipulate our political system. Several politicians from the federal level down to the state and local levels of Australian politics have had their careers ended or their reputations seriously tainted because of revelations about their involvement in some of these CCP interference activities. Most famously, Senator Sam Dastyari from New South Wales in Australia became a key conduit for donations from CCP-linked billionaire Huang Xiangmo into Australian politics. Among other things, Huang Xiangmo persuaded Sam Dastyari, a sitting senator at the time, to contradict his own party's position on the South China Sea and declare it China's internal affairs, the militarization of which Australia shouldn't really have a position on. Remarkably, Sam Dastyari himself later testified before an Australian government body that Huang Xiangmo, whose Australian residency was later cancelled on national security grounds, may have actually been a, quote, agent of influence, quote, for China. Australia's really been at this forefront. We've introduced legislation to counter foreign interference, but I think the breadth and suddenness of this recognition of the threat and severity of CCP interference means that this is still a really daunting challenge for policymakers in Australia and around the world, and also for analysts and the officers actually at the forefront of understanding and responding to this challenge. This is something that I think policy and operational responses in governments haven't fully caught up with. I think you've heard from earlier witnesses about what the United Front system does, what United Front work is. I'll very, very quickly introduce that before really getting to the focus of my testimony, which is how the United Front system interacts with and overlaps with intelligence work by agencies like China's Ministry of State Security. So at its core, in the strictest sense, the United Front system is really this grouping of Chinese Communist Party agencies that are tasked with managing the party's relationship with non-party individuals in key sectors. And a key part of that are diaspora populations, religious groups, and ethnic organizations. You have the United Front Work Department that really sits at the heart of this system and carries out a large amount of its United Front work. At the very top, you have a leading small group that Xi Jinping established, going back to his family history. In the 1980s, Xi Jinping's father himself, a former intelligence officer, set up a leading small group to oversee United Front work across the Chinese Communist Party. Two of Xi Jinping's siblings also worked in military intelligence. So I think this is kind of a nice point to really start highlighting the covert aspects of United Front system activity itself. So one example is that as China's premier Tibet affairs agency, the United Front Work Department seeks to maintain clandestine relationships with members of Tibetan diaspora communities around the world. Much of this is done through United Front Work Department officials posted to embassies, including right here in Canberra. A lot of this engagement happens through front organizations. Until recently, a member of France's National Assembly, its parliament, was actually a member of an organization directly run and controlled by the United Front Work Department. And oftentimes, these United Front Work Department officials will encourage their overseas contacts to participate in politics, lobbying politicians, holding political demonstrations, mentoring aspiring politicians, and making donations. Covert media influence is also something that's been seen through the United Front system, where it's been funding and supporting overseas Chinese language media outlets that are sympathetic to China's position. And technology transfer is also something that the United Front system carries out overseas. It uses its international networks to seek to acquire technology for China and recruit talent that is valuable to China. Now, clearly, the United Front system is extremely concerning on its own and poses a foreign interference threat. But a lot of the most extreme cases of interference coming out of China, I propose, are actually examples of integration between intelligence work and United Front work. This is something that dates back to the earliest days of the Chinese Communist Party, but is stronger than ever today. You have the Ministry of State Security, the Intelligence Bureau of the People's Liberation Army, the Liaison Bureau of the PLA Political Work Department, China's main human intelligence actors. And these have really lived this integration of United Front work and intelligence, and this is the ongoing focus of my research. So to give a few examples, CCP intelligence agencies have been observed recruiting United Front figures as clandestine assets, or are they influencing them as part of professional intelligence operations? The MSS itself even covertly held welcoming parties for foreign delegates to the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, China's top United Front forum, and MSS and PLA officers have both posed as United Front Work Department officials as part of their intelligence operations. And as Marika alluded to, both the MSS and the PLA run their own front organizations that look very much like United Front Work Department groups, but are actually staffed, funded, managed by these intelligence operatives as platforms for espionage and covert foreign interference. And a lot of this is focused on the United States. Writing in the 1990s, a senior MSS officer who just returned from Washington, D.C., penned an essay where he recommended that the MSS better draw on United Front networks to help China influence the US Congress. So to quickly get to recommendations and conclusions, I think there are so many things that can be done to tackle this, but a key part is building capacity. This is such a new problem. Understanding of this is still lacking. More people are working on this in government, but so much more remains to be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fair.
Thank you to the Commissioners Borchoff and Wessel, and to the Commission as a whole for inviting me to participate today. When I addressed this Commission back in 21, it was in part to quantify the ways in which the PRC controls its domestic information environment through censorship, propaganda, and inauthentic activity. Today, I'm pleased to share some of my company's findings on the PRC's efforts to shape global audiences' conversations online. Some of the PRC's techniques are similar to their domestic efforts, and some vary. Today, I will refer to Chinese state media outlets and PRC diplomats as official messaging. I will also talk about the activities of pro-PRC inauthentic accounts or bots. The bottom line is that Beijing's global messaging apparatus is not as mature as its domestic information control toolkit. This is for several reasons, including Beijing's ability to censor content on global platforms the way it can censor on Chinese ones. It is also due to the fact that official PRC global messaging is risk averse. Political pressure inside the PRC disincentivizes diplomats and state media outlets from messaging early or provocatively in response to world events. The PRC's messaging playbook is not updating quickly because it isn't allowing its messengers to experiment. As we've heard today, and I think as you know, Beijing influences the global information environment by spreading content on a variety of platforms. This includes Twitter, YouTube, Telegram, Reddit, WeChat, TikTok, and more. Most of these platforms are banned in China. This is the first example of how Beijing's attempt to control the online conversation at home hasn't prepared them to shape it abroad. What is it doing on these platforms? Our research shows that the PRC likely messages about its soft power more than any other topic. Almost 30% of PRC tweets in the last 12 months used cultural content to promote a positive image of China instead of promoting China's political system. That's at least 500,000 tweets pushing messages about beautiful Chinese landscapes, delicious food, and human interest stories. When the PRC isn't messaging about itself, the country it is most frequently talking about is ours. About 10% of the PRC's official messaging references the US, and about half of that content depicts the US in a negative light. Beijing tailors its anti-US content for different global audiences. We've looked at the top PRC content by global engagement over the last year and found some regional trends. In East and Southeast Asia, Australia and Oceania, and North America, anti-US narratives on Taiwan were among the top PRC content targeting audiences. In the Middle East and North Africa, the most pushed narratives characterize the US as a military aggressor that has supported the Ukraine war, just like it destabilized the Middle East. In South and Central Asia, top posts claimed the US spread lies about China, including that the US claims of human rights violations in Xinjiang weren't true. Our data also reveals when the PRC is late to or ignores a chance to seize on opportunities for anti-US messaging. Our data from China's domestic information environment shows that when the PRC is dealing with social pressures at home, its anti-US propaganda drops. For example, COVID. Anti-US propaganda on domestic Chinese social media platforms saw statistically significant declines during COVID lockdowns. This included the original outbreak in Wuhan in 2020 and the outbreak in Shanghai in 2022. You can see the data in charts in the written testimony I submitted to the Commission. Beijing can also be slow to respond to global events in its international messaging, even when it is not focused on domestic issues. The Wall Street Journal published a report on 20 January about failures of Chinese-funded infrastructure projects in Ecuador and other countries. The PRC response? 8 tweets posted more than a month after the article was published. In terms of messaging, Beijing is more a risk-averse than Moscow. The PRC sometimes echoes the Kremlin's propaganda when it aligns with Beijing's goals, especially criticizing the US. For example, in September, Russian accounts accused the US of blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. Some of the PRC's most popular posts adopted this narrative. Why? Beijing tried to accuse the US of using this Chinese spy balloon to distract the public from allegations that the US blew up the pipeline. Beijing and Moscow's messaging are not always in lockstep. A clear example is Ukraine. When the Chinese and Russian leaders met in Moscow this week, both sides touted the strength of bilateral relations. However, over the past month, PRC accounts have portrayed Beijing as a neutral peacemaker and advocated for a ceasefire. And what about inauthentic messaging? Where the PRC's official messaging is cautious, inauthentic messaging can be found. Pro-PRC bot accounts amplify memes and other types of content, including disparaging journalists or dissidents who speak out against Chinese policies. Furthermore, on average, at least 10% of retweets of official PRC content on Twitter come from inauthentic accounts. For context, Twitter claims that approximately 5% of the platform's total accounts are inauthentic. So, what to do about it? I'll offer a few recommendations. There's a lot of talk around Washington about the information environment being an important battlefield, especially when it comes to combating Russia and China. If this is a metaphor, then we need to build battle space awareness. So my first recommendation is that we need more conversations like this. We don't have to centralize everything. Centralization sounds like a good idea on paper, but it's people and their networks that get things done. The more we talk and connect, the better picture we'll get. Second, we need to acknowledge that winning this fight will not be cheap. It might not be as expensive as an aircraft carrier, but it's not as cheap as a press office and some ad buys. Congress should ensure that all elements of the US government involved in the battle in the information environment, be it the Pentagon or the Department of State or US Agency for Global Media or whomever else, are fully resourced to engage in this dynamic and increasingly technical contest. And third, and perhaps most importantly, if the information environment is to be a battlefield, then the best ammunition is quick truth. We need truthful messages that reflect our democratic values. The messengers must be empowered to send them quickly at the speed information moves. We can't hold things up while we try to eliminate all risk. We need to engage global audiences in a manner that is reflective of our commitment to human rights, self-determination, and the dignity of all people. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. We are going to go alphabetically again, but I am going to, oh, I'm sorry, Robin, I didn't know you were up there. I am going to go at the end, so I'm calling on Robin Cleveland.
I sent you a text. I'm taking a pass this time.
My apologies, I didn't see it.
No worries. Thanks.
Commissioner Friedberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks to our witnesses for extremely interesting testimony. Ms. Olberg, I wanted to start with you, and first just to sort of propose a hypothesis and see how you would respond. It appears that the CCP is encountering greater resistance to its efforts to extend its influence over the last several years than perhaps in the previous decade. And so I guess my question then is, how do you see them responding to this? How is their campaign or multiple campaigns, how are they evolving in response to this greater resistance? And here's the hypothesis. Is it the case that the CCP is becoming more aggressive in its efforts to shape perceptions? Is the negative part of the program increasing and the positive part perhaps declining?
I respond right away, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for this question. I think this is a really good question, and I think there's actually several ways in which the CCP responds to this. I think you are correct that overall, in the last couple of years, we have seen greater aggressiveness, especially, and this is my caveat here, especially when messaging is targeting the United States, or when messaging is targeting anybody that the PRC or the CPU would see as a very clear ally, or somebody simply acting on behalf of the United States. That's when messaging gets very aggressive. I do think that the signals that Xi Jinping personally has sent about having a voice and not being allowed to lack a voice, and China now being a strong country that needs to be more aggressive, is also a reason why this is happening. So this is what, on the one hand, yes, because of resistance that is supposed to be squashed, but on the other hand, also because the tone at the center has been set in a way that you're expected to do this kind of work, to build voice, to no longer allow any type of criticism. That said, I do want to differentiate a little bit in how the CCP responds to this kind of pushback that it receives. And I do think one other thing that I have noticed in recent years, perhaps, is there's more aggressive pushback towards anybody that you would consider a public opinion enemy or public opinion opposition. That would be the United States, or again, anybody perceived as acting on the United States' behalf. And then those it perceives as somebody where the tone needs to be more conciliatory. There's a reason why wolf warriors in their aggressive tone usually target the West, usually target the United States, will usually send out those aggressive messages towards Western countries and less towards countries where maybe they're also encountering opposition. You know, I mean, there's, if you go, I don't know, to Kenya, there's plenty of opposition on the ground to the CCP, but in this particular circumstance, the party might try to actually strike a more conciliatory tone, because you're not trying to fight this person on the global battlefront of public opinion. You're basically trying to, in some cases, also try to tone things down. So you would distinguish very strongly between people that you still try to form an alliance with, and in that case, you might be more conciliatory, and those that you're really trying to target on the global platform. And that, of course, most importantly includes the United States.
Just a follow-up to this, it also appears that aggressive acts targeted at particular individuals the CCP sees as dangerous and adopting views or spreading information that's threatening to them has increased, that there's more harassment, more attempts at coercion. It appears that much of this has been directed in the last couple of years at women, reporters, scholars. I wonder if you could comment on that.
I think that is correct. We don't have the data because the problem is that a lot of these go unreported and are only retold over the phone or in anecdotes. So we don't have hard data on the number of cases by on a year-by-year breakdown, but I think it is correct, and I do think this has to do with the expectation that has been set at the center. Maybe briefly let me explain, under Mao, China stood up to the foreigners. Under Deng Xiaoping, China became rich, and under Xi, China is now strong, and a strong country cannot allow this kind of criticism. That is the tone that has been set at the party center, and this is part of the reason, in my opinion, why the CCP is going so very aggressively against people it perceives as its critics. And by any means possible, those are people that need to be discredited, fought, and deplatformed in any way possible. And this is where this level of aggression comes from. You need to stand up for your strong country.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Glass.
Many thanks to all of you for your testimony today. My question is directed at Ms. Fair. I really appreciated all the work that you and others have done to sort of analyze the messaging that's happening out of the PRC in different areas of the world. And just sort of curious, based on this underlying research, why certain themes, like you mentioned Southeast Asia, they're talking more about, we're not doing anything wrong in Xinjiang, we're here to protect human rights, versus the messaging happening in Africa related to militarization, et cetera, et cetera. Do you know how the PRC is determining these messages to the different regions? And also, is there a way to measure its effectiveness in changing the conversation or either around the United States or activities that China is engaged in?
Yeah, thanks for the question. In terms of how they determine what to put, we're not in the minds of exactly why they're deciding what to do. But what I would say from the data and from best practices in messaging spread is they are looking for things that resonate with audiences. So just like think about any ad campaign or marketing campaign or information campaign, you may have a message you want to get across. Packaging that message in a way that resonates with the audience that you're targeting is likely to increase the effectiveness or the odds that that message travels far. And so there are sometimes messages that work globally, but as was just discussed, there are often nuances regionally where someone or a region is more or less interested in a particular topic. And so it could be that they've identified that infrastructure issues are an item that's top of mind in certain regions, and that issues like Xinjiang are top of mind in areas nearby, for example, and then test that in terms of gets to measure as of effectiveness. Now, again, I don't have data on how they are measuring their effectiveness. As we look at measures of effectiveness, I'd like to start with some caveats about the challenge of measures of effectiveness. When messaging, like the holy grail is to know if your message has changed behavior. So think about like an anti-smoking campaign. The ultimate message or measure of effectiveness is if we've got an anti-smoking campaign, we sent out a message, has the receiver changed their behavior? Have they stopped smoking? So when we go to measure effectiveness of this messaging, there's some data we can get as a proxy, but whether we've actually changed hearts and minds or whether the Chinese have changed hearts and minds in a message recipient is another kind of bridge, or another step. So one of the things we look at are engagement levels with the messages as one proxy for measure of effectiveness. Did people actually engage with this message? Because part of the measure on social media is not just how many tweets you put out, but did anyone care? And so that's one step. That might be a measure of performance, how many tweets you put out, how many people engaged with it. And there are certainly some messages that get more engagement than others. So I gave the one example of the posts that were put out related to claiming that the Chinese spy balloon kerfluffle was all a ruse to distract people from the U.S. allegedly blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. You can imagine on social media why people are engaging with that. Did they change the hearts and minds of folks in that sense? I don't know. We do have some data that our company looks at that is actually survey-based. So one of the ways to move closer to measure of effectiveness is identify a message that the PRC is sending out, look at engagement levels, and then actually go out and survey folks who may or may not have heard or engaged with that content. Has the message moved from the digital world to the real world? And we're just starting in some of that work in some select areas, and happy to share that with you as we get more fidelity on that connection.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Josky, I had a question about your recommendation for some strategic prosecutions that, in your estimation, would highlight some of the concerns we have about these covert influence operations, indicating that these strategic and carefully considered prosecutions could provide some measure of deterrence and raise our awareness of their efforts at interfering in some key areas. My question is, how well suited do you think prosecutors are to do just that? Drawing parallels and trying to extrapolate broader themes and making some of these connections across distinct cases in multiple jurisdictions seems like it might be difficult for individual prosecutors to do that. But understanding the value that you assert there, how best to provide the educational value of such prosecutions and the deterrence effect, and who's best situated to do it?
Yeah, thank you. I think part of the challenge is that prosecutors haven't been the best at this in the past. Cases have been picked up based on immediate rather than strategic priorities. And the natural place for some of this strategic prioritization and planning and coordination to take place is probably just the Department of Justice itself. And it has had this role, but understanding the US legal system, it's not as simple as the Department of Justice saying something and attorneys out in different offices actually implementing that. But I think it really is key to use these prosecutions as a vector for raising public awareness and putting information out there that otherwise might not be with the same degree of authoritativeness. And I think maybe something that people inside the United States might not appreciate is just how unique and powerful US prosecutions are in their volume, in the level of detail that comes out in these indictments. Even though Australia has had so much well-documented foreign interference from the Chinese Communist Party, currently there's only one case in court under our foreign interference laws, whereas in the US it's several dozen Chinese government-related prosecutions each and every year. So part of it will just be on the Department of Justice and prosecutors to think about priorities, write these indictments and criminal complaints in ways that actually lay out their connections to the Chinese Communist Party more clearly. There have been some cases in the past that actually involved the MSS or involved the United Front Work Department, but because these weren't really priorities for messaging or weren't really understood, these weren't actually highlighted in these indictments, but subsequently in my research I kind of stumbled upon them because of their MSS or United Front connections. So part of that is also on perhaps the State Department, perhaps US government media, on US scholars and think tanks actually doing a better job of picking up some of these criminal complaints and indictments and teasing out some of the recommendations from there. But I think there's so much value in there that isn't really being fully exploited at the moment. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Ms. Fair, one quick question. In your testimony, both your written submission and your testimony here earlier a few minutes ago, you characterize official PRC messaging as risk averse. And I want to ask how you square that with some of the brash rhetoric that we've seen coming out of the diplomatic corps over the past several years. Admittedly, there's been perhaps a bit of a course correction as they've adopted a more conciliatory tone here, perhaps over the last few months. But certainly, over the last 2 to 3 years, many folks might take issue with the notion that their approach has been risk averse. So just invite your response to that.
Yeah, I would say that the Wolf Warrior folks are not risk averse, right? And partly by design, they have to some degree separated themselves, or there's some space between the Wolf Warriors and the central Communist Party messaging. And so when I'm thinking of risk averse, I'm thinking of the system overall, or talking about the context of the system overall. There are certainly some Wolf Warriors out there who are, and who have been, to your point, willing to shoot things off and sometimes get crossways. But we've also seen with some of our domestic data that the CCP will come out and sometimes censor folks in the party who have gotten too far ahead of the line. So there's some balance there where they have some folks that are out on the edge who are pushing the envelope. Wolf warriors are one example. Again, we see it in the inauthentic messaging, but the system itself at the center tends to be a bit slower. And again, will use its censorship capabilities on its own platforms to censor folks or control conversation when folks get out ahead of it. I think it's easy sometimes. From a mental model standpoint, we want to think about Beijing as a unified bloc actor, but a lot of people in the mix.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Helberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. My question is for all three witnesses, to what extent have you noticed any coordination in messaging or operation or tactics between Russia, China, and Iran? Maybe we can start with Ms. Fair.
Go ahead. Sure. So we have seen some alignment, I would say, in messaging between the two and in the data that we monitor and in the streams that we monitor. Certainly when messages coming out from the Kremlin match or align with Chinese strategic objectives, there is a matchup or a supporting kind of dialogue for sure. But it fits more into, as opposed to a lockstep or a synced propaganda base, the data doesn't indicate that it's always a one-for-one. And so, I think the example I gave most recently is in the context of Ukraine, which we've been watching. China doesn't, or the PRC doesn't automatically parrot everything that Russia comes out with related to Ukraine. If it matches up with their broader agenda or broader objectives, they will be in line, but if it doesn't, they'll tend to either ignore it altogether or take a more neutral sort of tack. That said, there's clearly conversation and cooperation going on at the strategic levels, as we saw with the meetings this week, but also at some of the more working levels and discussions around that. And again, I think people are trying to, the actors, the people with hands-on keyboards are trying to toe the line between thinking what the PRC strategically wants and where its alignment with Russia fits, and when those overlap, they align, and when they don't, they pull back. Open it to the other panelists.
Thank you. Ms. Olberg?
Yeah, I mean, this roughly overlaps with my personal assessment of this as well. We've seen agreements to do more media exchanges between Russian and Chinese media for a long time. Occasional conferences together, exchanges, and those exchanges are presumably accompanied by exchanges that go just beyond the agreement and just beyond that particular event, but it would be saying too much to say that they're 100% coordinating their messages and that they're 100% aligned on everything. My experience with the cases I've looked at, it's very much an attitude of, where it works, we're going to use it, and we're gonna amplify the narrative. And this is sometimes also where Ukraine narratives fit into previous narratives. We'll do that, for instance, when the PRC was all about biolabs in Ukraine. It was tying earlier narratives that they had pushed about the origins of the coronavirus pandemic, conspiracy narratives. So it's a large part, despite the exchange and despite some limited coordination and agreements, it is still very spotty and firm. So I guess the good news is it's still very spotty. The bad news, I guess, is there's room for more coordination.
Thanks. And Mr. Josk?
Thank you. I think when it comes to the Russia-China intelligence relationship, there's no evidence of a partnership in the same way that, for example, we have with the Five Eyes intelligence alliance involving the United States and Australia. And Russia has, in past years, arrested several alleged spies for China. But at the same time, I think that there are interesting features of overlap between Russian and Chinese covert and clandestine operations. In some of these, especially elite influence operations, you'll see the same individuals targeted by both regimes. And there is, there is a lot of overlapping techniques between Russia and China, but I think a lot of this stems more generally from some of their shared heritage, some of the shared heritage of their intelligence agencies and some of these common practices, and just some of the basic nature of authoritarian regimes where naturally foreign elites who are susceptible to corruption, who are susceptible to flattery by, getting meetings with senior Chinese leaders, the same sorts of people will be receptible to similar kinds of methods from both Russia and China. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Mann.
A quick question for Ms. Fair, and then a couple questions for Alex Josky. Ms. Fair, you testified that half of the social media content contains negative portrayals of the United States, and my reaction was only half. So what's in that other half? I mean,
yeah, great question. Some of it is neutral. So when we do sentiment analysis of content, there could be neutral things about the U.S. commenting on a particular event that's happening, or reposting. So one of the interesting dynamics that goes on is that Twitter is banned in China, but it doesn't mean people aren't actually reading Twitter in China using VPNs and other things. And we've seen cases where official PRC accounts use U.S. government posts on Twitter that are neutral, but they use them to shore up a point they want to make. For example, in there was a post from NASA a while back congratulating the Chinese on a success they had in space. The official Chinese accounts took that post and that tweet, even though it's banned in China, retweeted it. It's a totally neutral tweet and commented on something saying thank you. It was using it basically to shore up or to point out that its successes had been approved by the US. It's not a negative US comment. It certainly falls in the sort of neutral category, but there are things that are going on along those lines where it doesn't have to be a negative sentiment, but it still maybe is part of a broader attempt to co-opt the narrative. Yeah, does that answer your question?
It does. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Mr. Josky, I wanted to ask you to respond. We had testimony this morning, and the witness said was critical of Australia's approach, and said a national security lens on transnational coercion recasts the targets of CCP interference as potential threat vectors, and also said that the downsides of the national security approach by Australia outweigh the benefits. Could you respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Mann. I think it certainly doesn't line up with my experiences, working in Canberra for the past several years and observing Australian policy quite closely. I think there's actually been relatively little security action, certainly visible to the public, that has happened in Australia. We've only had one arrest under our foreign interference laws. To me, that's actually a pretty restrained national security approach. I think there was definitely in some areas too much national security emphasis in some of the messaging. When you go into some of these affected communities, Chinese communities, Iranian communities, you don't just want to be talking about national security issues, you want to be talking about how we're involved in countering transnational repression, and actually the objective of countering foreign interference is to protect your political freedoms and civil liberties. But I don't think this is really an accurate portrayal of the situation in Australia. And I think certainly not. I think certainly it is effective and valuable to look at some of these problems with a national security lens, especially because a lot of them fundamentally are national security issues when they're involving China's Ministry of State Security, when they're involving professional, clandestine, and covert operations. You have to have a national security response to that.
Thank you. And could you help us separate out, objection, hardly alone, to what China does is the nature of the regime and its repressive behavior at home, its behavior overseas. But that's the nature of the regime. As far as intelligence operations, explain how they operate differently than us. They operate through a party, but are their influence operations different in nature?
I think what really stands out with China's influence operations, there are a couple things. One is just the real reliance on covert and corrupting means of wielding influence around the world. This is not soft power. This is attempting to corrupt individuals, to coerce them, to blackmail them, to manipulate incentives and political systems towards China's favor. Another really harmful and important aspect of China's influence operations is the way that it tries to work with and co-opt diaspora communities, and in doing so seeks to drive a wedge between diaspora communities and their home countries. So for example, in Australia, the Chinese Communist Party will be trying to overplay the extent of racism and racial threats to Chinese Australians and position itself as a protector of Chinese people in Australia in a way that's totally inappropriate.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Commissioner Price.
Thank you. And thank all of you for your testimony today. Mr. Jusky, you said in your written testimony that the United Front Work Department is at the forefront of the CCP's efforts on the Tibet issue. Can you flesh that out a little bit more? Do you have examples?
Yes, thank you. I think it's a really kind of neglected aspect of the United Front Work Department that it's actually the sort of most senior central agency responsible for Tibet policy and Tibet affairs in China's central government. So it hosts the office that kind of administers coordination of Tibet policy within China's central government. And this reflects in its overseas activities, which is sort of probably our priority here today. So one aspect of this is that in keeping with this United Front tradition of running front organizations, the United Front Work Department runs a China Association for the Preservation and Development of Tibetan Culture, which is staffed by undercover United Front Work Department officials. And you'll see many of these officials turn up at UN hearings. You'll see them posted to embassies in Switzerland, in Australia, in the United States, and other countries. So actual United Front Work Department officials posted overseas have in the past generally actually been from the Tibet system of the United Front Work Department. So in this particular area of Tibet work, historically at least, the United Front Work Department has really played a leading role in overseas international representation and influence targeting Tibetan communities.
Thank you. And Ms. Fair, and then anyone else who wants to answer. In your recommendations, you said we need more conversations, and then the people in networks kind of help get things done. Today, here in DC, there are many conversations. How do we ensure we keep the nuance? How do we ensure that in the course of this, especially the very public conversations, it doesn't become very polarized, black and white, and we lose the nuance?
That is a difficult question. I think we built this company around data. And so I think that's one of the ways it's important to try to keep the nuance in play, which is one, gather data where possible and analyze data where possible. And then when asking questions in conversations with folks or having conversations with folks, asking folks for the data to back up their assertions. And it's fine, like in some cases we may not have data for a whole sorts of reasons, but acknowledging that and separating the places where we do have data to back up our assertions or our assumptions, and places where we don't, acknowledging that we're making an inference or an assumption based on the things that we can see. So I'm a big believer in the data component to underpin things. Again, it doesn't mean that we can't have assessments about other things, but then be clear about what those assumptions are. I also think it's asking folks from a lot of different places. So even the diversity in this room or this panel and having different perspectives, it's a big problem, and it's got a lot of different components to it. It's not a one thing. It's not just on Twitter, or it's not just at universities. And so making sure that we are including folks that are looking at all parts of the elephant, so to speak, and bringing them together, I think is another important component to making sure we keep the nuance. And then third, I'd make a plug for folks with expertise. So I'll own that I'm actually a Russia hand by training. I don't have China as background, but I have surrounded myself with people that do have China expertise. And so data is valuable, but it needs to also be put in context. And so having folks that can put it in that cultural context, whether it's language or culture or history or politics, I think is also important. So I think those are the three things I know that I at least try to use for myself when I'm trying to understand or make sure that my understanding of what's going on is nuanced and not black and white. Curious what other folks think.
I can quickly jump in. I think beyond making our debate as evidence-based as possible and as much database as possible, I think it also makes sense to look at the language that we use, and we often, shorthand talk about China or the Chinese or Chinese influence, Chinese interference. And I think it makes a lot of sense to not use this terminology and instead clearly either talk about the Chinese Communist Party or to talk about PRC influence and interference, so that it's clear that what we're talking about is the government or the political party, and not any broader, not Chinese people per se, whether it's people of Chinese nationality or people of Chinese heritage. So terminology is also key in making sure our debate is as factual as possible.
Great, thank you.
I totally agree with that. +1.
Commissioner Shriver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all our excellent witnesses. Mr. Josky, I think I want to start with you. You gave us an excellent overview of how the Chinese are organized and structured to conduct these activities. I'm thinking of the PLA, which I'm much more familiar with. And when we've looked into organization and decision making, we find even as they modernize, even as they get technologically more capable and efficient, etc., they still suffer from the fragility that comes along with centralized decision making. And you described a small leading group led by Xi Jinping as sort of at the head of this. And I would love to think that our adversary is a small group of men in their late 60s, 70s trying to do social media campaigns. But could you talk a little bit about their agility and particularly in light of Ms. Farr's comment about rapid truth as the way to combat this? Does centralized decision-making affect their agility and ability to engage in a campaign that's fluid and flexible? Just comment on that and how the organization structure might affect their effectiveness.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Shriver, for the question. I think this is something where China has a lot of strengths and weaknesses. So in terms of weaknesses, I think there's a sort of inherent contradictory nature of a lot of China's narratives and policies. Chinese diplomats can only go so far in defending Chinese policy in Xinjiang without simply looking absurd, which is a real limiting factor in the effectiveness of these activities. And there's also the fact that I think in terms of sort of top-level guidance and broad policy from the Chinese Communist Party, there really isn't that much flexibility. There doesn't seem to be that much responsiveness. You see zero COVID policy one day and then an almost total switch from that to a new policy without any kind of real transition or in-between period. And I think it's fair to say that that's kind of characteristic of Chinese Communist Party policy. Where I think they have strengths is, even though this is a Leninist-controlled, centralized system, there's incredible autonomy in some aspects of the Chinese intelligence community, where you have the MSS, which people make me talk about, but you also have all the provincial state security departments and state security bureaus that actually take the lead on foreign operations. And in many ways, there are parallels inside the Chinese military with different intelligence units within the different theater commands and military regions. And especially in this space of covert and clandestine operations, I think even Xi Jinping seems to be having a hard time really centralizing and controlling this system because of the inherently secretive and kind of cliquey nature. So I think that this gives it so many different actors, so much decentralization in the covert and clandestine space that can make it more flexible there.
Thanks, that's very helpful. Are the members of the small leading group known? Is that information that's been made public after the 2 sessions?
No, I don't think the membership list of the Central Leading Small Group is known. I did some research in, I think, 2019 or 2018 that pieced together from what we know, the known members of the Central Leading Small Group back then, and then people who are probably members based on different organizations that have been represented in the Leading Small Group's activities. But I think one remarkable thing is that, at the top of it, you'll probably now have Wang Huning as the Politburo Standing Committee member responsible for United Front work. But as members, you'll have representatives of probably over a dozen agencies, which does speak to, I think, the way that we often talk about just the United Front Work Department in the context of the United Front system. But the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is an important player. The Ministry of Propaganda, the Department of Propaganda is also pretty important. This is a system that spreads out right across the Chinese Communist Party and involves much more than just the United Front Work Department.
Thank you. It seems to me we're sanctioning Chinese individuals for their role in places like Xinjiang and Hong Kong. It seems to me we should be looking at people who are involved in influence operations for similar treatment. My time's almost up. If there is time at the end, I'd like to hear from the other witnesses on issues related to organizational structure and any strengths or weaknesses. Thank you.
Randy, carry on. We've got time.
Well, that's the question. If either other witness had a comment on organizational structure.
I can continue talking a little bit about leading small groups, because most of the leading small groups that I've looked into, they're not officially acknowledged, so that you will usually not be part of the structures on the websites, etc., of the party. People do, as Alex alluded to, people do piece together information about their who they're made of by looking at people's biographies, because sometimes those leaders will tell positions. They might also look at historical compositions from other times, which institutions were represented, because usually membership in those institutions is ex officio. So if you had a certain department, then your department is represented there. So usually that's how this goes. Now, those leading small groups exists for various work areas. Like you have the United Front leading small group. You also have the propaganda work, central propaganda work small group, and it functions quite similarly. And this is where you have this overlap of different bureaucracies that are involved in the different sub areas of this work, and they will meet each other in those different leading small groups with different focuses. And then depending on which leading small group you're talking about, one, is like the bureau through which it operates. For instance, for the United Front leading small group, the office would be at the United Front Work Department. For the propaganda and thought work leading small group, the office would be at the CCP Central Propaganda Department. There used to be a separate leading small group for externally focused propaganda work. It looks like this has been dissolved and has been absorbed into the Central Propaganda small group, simply because the messaging, I think the party doesn't want to have too much distinction in the messaging between internal and external. But this is how a lot of this work operates. You kind of coordinate at the top. And there's not much information about those meetings available, and then they operate through one central department. But this leading small group structure makes it possible to draw on the expertise and the concerns of various other ministries that come together under different topics. And this is quite an interesting structure. I don't know that it's an absolute strength. I'm sure there's there's Chinese criticism of the structure. Sometimes there's Chinese criticism that there's too much overlap in responsibility and we need to clarify our responsibilities. But generally speaking, it's a structure that's served the party quite well. And that is used to coordinate work areas in all different kind of areas, and including several ones that would be involved in what we would discuss as influence and interference operations.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you. Co-Chair Wessel.
Thank you all for being here this afternoon. Mr. Josky, I enjoyed your book, so thank you for the work you've done. Sorry you're not going to be traveling back to China anytime soon, as I understand it. Ms. Fair, I'd like to ask you a question. It seems your work or your the review of the media, etc., is somewhat of a barometer that can help guide us and others regarding events, regarding escalation, de-escalation of challenges in the bilateral relationship, etc. As I understand it, in your testimony goes back to 2019, so before the 2020 election and since. So can you give us some idea of escalation, de-escalation trends during that time? Balloon, the creation of the select committee recently, and I'm not asking for any political interpretation, but how do the Chinese modulate, if they do, their activities? I think you said earlier that when they're like with zero COVID, they focus more of their messaging and activities internally rather than externally. So, what can you tell us from your time series, if you will? And are you also aware, your colleagues, of any similar efforts in the U.S. government to gauge how China is using influence activities, media, etc.?
Sure, yeah. So baselines, back to my kind of comment on data, baselines and understanding how things move from baselines are an important part of, not even important, I would say a core part of our work. Because one of the things we're trying to understand is what's significant. So much happens in social media and in traditional media and things moving. How do we really know if something has changed, and can we use that change as an indicator of how important something is to the PRC? So that's a fundamental question that we try to get at. Yes is the short answer. We look at all of the things that you've talked about and how they've changed over time, or sort of whether it's up or down. I'll flag a couple of highlights that are sort of big things I'll think about or that jumped out. I'm going to go back to COVID because it was certainly one of the big shifts we saw, order of magnitude shift that we saw since we had been watching the data in 2019. Practically overnight, in the sort of December to January timeframe, the amount of official messaging that was able to go out more than doubled. And when we looked into the detail of it, it didn't look like it was.
I'm sorry, just when you say go out, is that outside the country or just from CCP, etc.?
Looking at official Chinese government accounts and the related state media. It's difficult when we're talking about media or the information environment to say in country, out of country, because obviously the internet doesn't know geographic boundaries in many cases, as much as the Chinese would like to contain it. So if we're looking specifically at official messaging, i.e. Chinese government post and state media, that capacity doubling overnight. And when we looked at the detail, we thought, well, maybe they've turned on some AI thing that's, automatically generating stuff. But based on the patterns, the sort of life patterns, it didn't suggest that, which suggested either people were working double shifts or triple shifts, and or they brought sort of more humans in to create content. So that's one sort of, that was a sea change, and it didn't go away overnight. Not that COVID did either, but the sort of new baseline, there was a new baseline after that as a monumental shift. So that's one observation I'll make over the past couple of years that we've been looking at the data. Things like the balloon, which is a more current event, that certainly was a spike, but it actually played more on the censorship side of the equation and less on the putting content out, as an example. And that was really more of a domestic thing where they're trying to contain that story to some degree. That event compared to other events was less amplified, if you will, than others. The third development I'll flag in terms of big trends, and it goes to this question also of organization and centralization and how that may affect things, is that we saw a fundamental shift in the baseline of official messaging in the past, sort of the end of 2022, as sort of the two sessions was coming in, as people were seeing where the power was going to play out and where the roles were going to land, suggesting that folks were kind of paused, the humans in the loop were paused as they thought about and kind of trying to read the tea leaves of what was going to happen next. The same themes were there, but at the overall levels, if you looked at the baseline, it was subsequently lower. Now, when we saw this shift in the data, we had a bunch of hypotheses about why that might be happening. Humans kind of reading the tea leaves was one. Another hypothesis, though, was like, is the PRC changing its overall messaging and trying to be maybe less aggressive? We've seen the numbers come back up. So that, we had sort of these hypotheses, and then we watch the data, and then we see kind of what the data proves or disproves in the hypothesis case. So that's a third example I'll give of the kinds of shifts that we can see when you're monitoring this at a global scale.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, it's my turn, and I want to say thank you again to the folks who testified today. Mr. Joski, you talked a little bit about the operatives for the United Front that have moved around to other countries that you are personally tracking, particularly the Tibetan and others. And in your final recommendation, you mentioned that you think that the U.S. and other governments should collect and share data together in order to inform policymakers on what kind of foreign interference policies they should have to combat that. In a perfect world, assuming that everybody was sharing all this information, and you imagine what kind of policies they would pass, what would you see as policies that you would like to see occur?
Thank you. I think a really core part of it is actually making sure you have the capability analytically and in terms of resourcing to actually collect and understand what China is doing around the world. And I think it's more of a challenge than it is probably appreciated because this is such a new issue. There's so little analytical foundation. Until quite recently, there were only a couple of scholars really tracking these activities and studying them through primary research on Chinese language documentation. So I think, for example, the role of the Ministry of State Security in influence operations, the role of the PLA in influence operations, the role of the Ministry of Public Security or the International Liaison Department, these still aren't really well documented or understood, especially outside of the United States and other countries that have a better track record of counterintelligence work on China. So just investing in Chinese language expertise, investing in think tanks, research institutions that track this, investing in open source capability is really going to be fundamental to that, especially because you need that open source capability in part to make some of this information sharing easier. You'll need to be able to go to foreign governments and educate them on the problem and point to cases of interference that are happening in their country. And really, I think it's to some extent a unique feature of the way that China does a lot of this United Front work and intelligence work, that there are significant aspects discoverable to experienced open source researchers. You know, as the work of Marika has shown, as my own work looking at the MSS has shown, United Front work and even MSS work has a lot of public interface, and there are a lot of public signs of an individual's involvement in this apparatus that until very recently weren't hidden because they were simply not taken seriously. They weren't concerns for governments. But now that we understand why United Front's work is a problem, we can still track these activities publicly. In terms of the actual policies that I think governments should be implementing, a core foundation is just putting in place the kinds of legislation that Australia has. In a lot of jurisdictions, it's not actually illegal to carry out covert political influence work on behalf of a foreign political power or government. It certainly wasn't illegal in Australia until 2018. So that's something that should be resolved in a lot of other countries. But probably the more challenging aspect is that you need the political will and the public understanding and that political capital to actually drive real change and drive legislative change. And that's again where I think open source work becomes important, because you need to be putting information out there, you need to be working with journalists, governments need to be speaking publicly about the problem of Chinese Communist Party interference to help justify this legislative change, this change in resourcing within government. And I think quite often what you'll see is that responding to and understanding Chinese Communist Party interference forces a country to actually revisit and reevaluate its engagement with China more broadly, because foreign interference, I think, sort of questions so fundamentally the nature of China's engagement with the rest of the world. And I think we're probably seeing Canada confront this as we speak.
Thank you. Would either of you like to comment on that? Thank you. We do have some time. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to second Alex Josky's call for funding for open source research. There's a lot of information that is out there. There are a lot of ways that we can creatively use this kind of data to come to conclusions that otherwise we would not come to. One of the things I've done with other colleagues is work on public procurement data, which actually offered a lot of information. But I think it's really important we make use of this data. And in the case of influence and interference, I want to say that it might be useful to make use of it very soon, because what has been happening on the PRC side is some of the information has been disappearing on the other side of the Great Firewall. So information that, it used to be that Chinese citizens couldn't access certain websites, and what was increasingly done is that certain websites are only accessible from within the PRC. One example that I can list here is the website of the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries. You can still access it from inside the PRC, but from outside the PRC, you now get an error message that your computer is trying to attack the system. So in some cases, there might actually be some urgency in getting some of this data before it is taken down.
And Rebecca, do you have any comment on that issue? Okay, I know that Commissioner, go ahead.
No, I think I would repeat, which is, the value of open source. I do think that a reminder that this is a dynamic game. So I think the last point that was made is an important one, that there are there were things that were true in 2019 when we started collecting data. They were different in 2020, and they're different today. They're going to be different tomorrow. So again, it's going to be an ongoing cat and mouse game as we engage.
Thank you. I know that Commissioner has a question, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to go back and look to everyone to respond if they're interested. But Rebecca, you talked about this being an information battlefield. While we clearly, and we've talked at length today about protecting the rights and interests of Chinese citizens, living here in the United States, those of Chinese descent who are living here and who are U.S. nationals, etc. But wondering if you can help me on what forensic work tools may be available or being used, attribution sets, etc., to look at Chinese influence activities While we were talking, I open source Wikipedia on NCI-JTF, which is the Cyber Joint Task Force, which looks at cyber espionage, etc. I'm not aware of ongoing activities other than what you've described that is looking at how to attribute some of these influence activities. How do you do this with attribution sets when hot points or any bots and all the other tools are being used? How good is your data? How can we, utilize this potentially to go harder at influence activities that, again, may undermine the rights and interests of Chinese people living here in the United States?
Yeah, I think to the comment that Alex made earlier, that we're at sort of the beginnings of this process. There is a lot of good work that's being done out there as people start to look at what is available in open source. And in many cases, companies and others are using tools that were built to generally understand social media or traditional media or how narratives move through space and applying them specifically to the question of China or Russia information manipulation. And so I think that the question becomes so that's the first place to look, right? Which is the idea of identifying and following narratives is not unique to the China information operation problem set. It is something that the commercial world has been doing since social media certainly was created and other media was created partly to sell things and to understand that. So a lot of those technologies and approaches can be applied in that way. So that's one place to start thinking about looking. I think in terms of issues about attribution, now we're getting to a different kind of technology and a different set of problems. Some of those technologies exist as well to track or to identify folks through various things like packet inspection and IP addresses. In other cases, there's methodologies that can be used to infer attribution using models that look at things that are sort of pattern matching, if you will, identifying a pattern in one place and then finding that pattern or kind of identifying that. There's some leaps there. And again, when we're looking at technologies like that or we're using technologies like that, needing again to be clear about what data you're using, what assumptions you're making, and sort of levels of confidence are a good way to kind of frame the conversation around those things as well. So I think those are the two areas I would highlight. I don't know if the other panel members have other things to add.
I could briefly add to that, and I think this might be a novel approach, but I think one thing that might help is to do the side that you're doing and combine it with some of the work that the other side is doing, and that is looking at the capabilities, for instance, that the Chinese, like the PRC, various party state organizations want. So some of the information we have available is, for instance, through public procurement documents, where they describe in detail what kind of systems they want for social media manipulations. They describe the functions that they want, et cetera, which again doesn't necessarily mean that those are the functions they get. But I do wonder that, I do think that perhaps some gain might be made if two sides were combined, like what the data that you have, and compared with the requests that various agencies have, what they want to be able to do.
Great, thank you.
We still have a few minutes for any follow-up question that anyone would like to ask. Hearing none, I want to say thanks again, and in closing, thank you to all of the witnesses today for their excellent testimonies. You can find those testimonies as well as a recording of the hearing on our website. I'd like to note that the Commission's next hearing will take place on Thursday, April the 13th. That hearing will examine China's pursuit of defense technologies and the implications of that pursuit for U.S. and multilateral export control and investment regimes. With that, we are adjourned.